And we're live. Hello and welcome to a special edition of Maddie Allen and Tangent, covering this historic moment where US dollar coin has depegged. Thanks for being here, Tangent.
Anytime, man. It's good to see you. We haven't had a chat for a
Likewise.
while. Excited to talk about this stuff.
Yeah. Well, I promised myself I would shave my goatee if USDC ever depegged. So here we are.
I don't remember you making that promise, but I love the fact that you have kept your word.
That's right. Been rocking the goatee for a long time. So, this is it's a big moment. So Hex is pumping. People are freaking out, panic selling USDC. Coinbase announced in the past couple of hours that they are going to stop converting USDC for dollars temporarily, they say, over the weekend, making it almost sound like business as usual, although it's not. So I think people are ready to hear from people who are telling the truth, like us. This is not financial advice, but we are going to give our commentary.
Binance also posted that they are stopping doing how they had that auto buying thing because they wanted to basically convert all the economic energy from other stables into Binance's own stablecoin. And so, but obviously in doing that, they're effectively buying supply of those other stables to give the users their stable, and they don't want some lower value stable. So they've even paused that. So something interesting I saw a tweet, someone saying, we're about to find out how many DeFi protocols coded USDC to be $1 and hard coded it, because obviously this is now going to be likely to break those protocols.
Yeah, it's really going to show where everybody stands and show the difference between DeFi and centralized finance and all that good kind of stuff. And of course, this is stemming from apparently a run on a bank that occurred. And apparently it was Silicon Valley Bank, SVB. I heard a rumor that there was a senator who was basically saying that they weren't solvent, and so people ran and got their money out, and then the bank failed because it had too many long-term bonds that it couldn't cash in.
I also heard that yesterday, that a senator caused the run on the bank.
Yeah.
And that if anyone else had done that, it would have been seen as illegal. But for her to do it, it's fine. Like, as in, it's not fine, but as in it's not, that she's unlikely to face any kind of consequences for it.
Wow. So I wonder if that happened during the Jerome Powell congressional testimony that happened in the past couple of days. But yeah, definitely the senators out there are, I mean, that's crazy that they would cause a bank run.
Yeah, this is one of the things that annoys me, is when I see hypocrisy and inconsistency. So I realize that society has to have rules that might sometimes, at edge cases, might not be fair, right? You end up with a system where you can't have rules that are perfect and fit every single situation. But what you can do is you can at least take those imperfect rules and apply them consistently to all situations and all humans. And then I would have some faith that we're trying to do the best that we can as a society. But when you have these situations, and this is just one of many that highlights this inconsistency and this hypocrisy, that certain people just get a different rule set to everyone else.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people probably who are wondering to themselves like what to do in this situation, like how deep is the depegging going to go. And I've seen some information on Twitter that seems wrong to me. There were reports of how much Circle, who they're the ones who are having their own reserve of dollars that in Oh, my video cut out.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
They had $3 billion held up.
You're breaking up a little bit for me. I'm not sure if that's just my end. You were talking about Circle and saying,
yeah, they had $3 billion in the failed bank, and
yeah, that's huge.
That's out of $40 billion of market cap that they have. But some people were incorrectly applying like the amount of cash reserves that they had as this DPEG is going to go 25% deep. And, but it seems like, and again, this is like, we're all trying to make sense out of the panic, but it seems to me like the first numbers I read were, okay, 3 billion out of 40 billion, not 3 billion out of 10 billion. Because if they're holding reserves that are outside of dollars, then you don't subtract, basically you wouldn't expect a 25% DPEG. And so I was thinking, doing the mental math in my head, and I was thinking right away, I bet it'll do about a 5% DPEG at least. And at the start of the day, I did have a significant amount of money for what I live off of. I had a significant amount of money in USDC, and I decided to switch it over to USD, which and that's just based on and then I put some of it into Hex and some of it into ETH. I kind of split it up that way, but I'm noticing that the markets are favoring Tether and a couple others. I think the what is it, the liquidity token LUSD has been overperforming up to like $1.05. So that's kind of interesting for the liquid loan sacrificer people. That's really good to see that the project they're forking is doing well.
Unfortunately, you actually don't want your stable coin to go over the peg either. Like, even though it's good in the sense that it shows demand for it, but you typically don't. You typically want your stable to stay as close to 1. So it sounds like a good thing, and obviously it's better than it going down.
Yeah.
But high. But as long as it's temporary, right? As long as it's only for a short period of time, then it's probably not a problem. The bigger problem is if the peg is lost. It's the duration more than the scale, and it's not possible actually to do math on what the depegging is likely to be, because the entire value of it is in the confidence that thing represents what it's supposed to represent. And so even a small depegging, I'm sorry, this is not a small depegging, by the way. 5% for something as for a stable coin as large as this is absolutely massive. Keep in mind that these things typically only fluctuate sort of less than 0.1% either side. And so this huge depegging, if that makes people lose confidence in that stable and want to rush for the exits, which, like, I only just woke up, so there would be people around the world who are unaware of this yet. So we haven't seen the full global response to this. And I saw a funny tweet that I think highlights this point. Is it said, oh no, my USDC that was worth $2,000 is now actually only worth $1,800. I better panic sell it for $1,650 and pay $128 in gas to do it. Like, it's sort of, that people obviously are panicking, and So I mean that funny comment, it's not directional, right? It's not saying not to do it. It's not saying to do it. It's just saying people are behaving irrationally, and this is, yeah, it's not, it's definitely, I see it as a good thing for crypto. I tweeted out that you end up with basically a rush to crypto. This is something I've always believed, that when there's problems with stable coins, where's the fastest way to exit those stables into a true crypto that you believe in? Because if you're going to lose 5% or more in a stable, why not just be in the crypto that you actually wanted to be in? And that's probably only going to fluctuate by those kinds of percentages anyway. So we're seeing this in Hex right now. The Hex chart is literally, I haven't seen relentless up and to the right action on Hex like this since Richard was doing his Europe tour and they were taking those photos. Which way am I going to do this? Is it that way? It's that way. You know how they were all taking the photos with everyone's arms up in the air, up and to the right? Like this is a consequence of what you see when, because the loss in faith is not just for USDC, right? Most people don't know the intricate details that highlight the differences between these stables. And if the ones that are backed by banks are the ones that are actually the most likely to take a hit here because the banks are starting to go bankrupt, then people kind of will want to get out of all stables.
Yeah.
You know, there's not specific, maybe except for there might be stables that some people trust, in that they're like these ones that you mentioned, like liquid loans, or was that the one that you mentioned before? That was it LUSD? This liquidities stable, because there's a belief there that it's backed by actual Ethereum rather than being backed by a government or a bank.
Yes. Yeah, and certainly those stables that have more proof of reserves, and the reserves are not, them owing money to somebody else, and fractional reserves for that matter, is going to make a big difference. But I totally agree with everything that you're saying. And I think that, we're covering really good points here, helping to break it down. I put out a tweet pretty early on in the past couple of hours that this has been breaking down. And, I said, like, are people really going to rush to save their $200 of USDC and incur a $50 gas fee?
Yeah.
Right.
The gas fees are off the chain at the moment, man. They're like, it's like over 200 Gwei, I think. I'll double check that.
And that's building the case for Pulse Chain.
Back a bit. It's 82.
Oh, wow.
That's still high. That's still high, but not as high as it was before.
About probably $20 or $25 swap.
And on the list of gas guzzlers, Uniswap is number one at the moment. So that shows that the majority of things that people are doing that are causing this gas price up is people are panicking. Oh, and number two is USDC. So gas guzzlers. So you can tell just by looking at those top two gas guzzlers. And in fact, number three is 1-inch aggregation. Number four is Tether. Number five is MetaMask Swap Router. So I don't eyeball this top 50 gas guzzlers list often enough for me to tell you which of these are unusual. However, I can tell just by looking at this that this is indicating that people are freaking out and getting out of stables. Maddie, are you there?
And we're getting a word right now from the chat that, Hex just flipped Doge for the number 10 spot on Nomics.
Oh, yeah. LFG, baby. Yeah, because we're over 7 cents now. Look at that glorious chart. Oh, my God. Up and to the right. Lordy Lord. This is where it's at. You know, last night when I went to sleep, prices were crushed, right? BTC was down on its knees at just under 20K. I'm like, I don't know which way this is going to go, right? You know, Richard might end up being right about this 11K thing. Other people that I respect are also calling for lower prices. You know, there was that, and I just thought to myself, you know what? F it. I'm just going to go to sleep. I don't care. Like this is part of being calm and diamond handing is to not to have this fear. I sent out a joke tweet saying, if you're not on Bitcoin watching the 1 second chart, then you're probably not going to make it, as a joke, right? Because it was just so addictive to watch that 20K level that everyone would be watching. And I just thought it only takes one. So obviously some governments are throwing everything that they can at crypto. There's many, like, sort of the problems and attacks and things that are going on at the moment are numerous, and some of them are deliberate and some of them are just bad timing, accidental, etc. And I just thought it only takes one nation state, like a moderate sized nation state. It doesn't even need to be like in fact, I'm not even going to name nations just in case. But it doesn't even need to be a large nation state competitor. It could just be a moderate one, like something in Europe, to just come in and go, you know what, I'm going to hedge and get some Bitcoin. And it would totally turn the whole market around. So yeah, it's so obviously I didn't necessarily predict this exact thing as being the savior of crypto, but basically this was a pleasant surprise. This was a pleasant surprise that this happened now. But it is something, when I say it was a surprise, not to flex, but I've been quote tweeting someone who said that I called 2 weeks ago for everyone to get out of USDC. And so I thought I would just mention that. And so I've been quote tweeting that just basically on all the big name influencers who have been talking about this USDC crash. I was just pumping in this, quote tweeting this person who had said that I had said 2 weeks ago that to get out of USDC, at least, and so that was mainly in Twitter Spaces, where I was saying, as a community, we should really be pushing for everyone to get out of USDC, particularly for the hex pairing, for the liquidity, and for 2 reasons, right? 1, USDC, I was saying the C stands for censorship. 2, once Pulse Chain launches, USDC, it's probable that it won't have their support. And so that means that it's likely to go to 0 on the new chain. And even if it doesn't go to 0, they still hold the admin key so that they can F us over at any time. So for multiple reasons, but those being the biggest ones, I was saying, I would like to see a community push for us to get out of USDC. So this I'm counting as like one of those like RH moments for me, where I can point to it and say, like, look, I warned everyone, and maybe I should have pushed even harder and on across more platforms. But my plan was actually to start that narrative drive, whatever you want to call it, leading into Pulse Chain, and basically trying to encourage the liquidity providers. So I removed all my Hex USDC liquidity and changed it to Hex ETH. I sold all my USDC, or either bought Hex with it or changed it into other stables. On all chains, by the way, even on other EVM compatible chains, I made sure that the stables that I was using were TUSD, which is one that Funding Jim talks about, where he was quite confident that they're properly backed and that you can claim it. So I was using TUSD, LUSD. I was using Frax until recently. Some weird stuff started going on where they were voting in. Oh yeah, they voted for it to become 100% dollar backed in banks, rather than this component of it that was algorithmic. And I thought their solution of having a sort of a hybrid was actually quite good. So once they moved away from that hybrid, I was like, well, that was kind of the reason why I was here. So I exited all my Frax, but prior to that, I thought Frax was reasonable as a stable coin. So whatever ones, I got out of Tether, even though, look, I think my attitude towards Tether is it has been undergoing FUD since the beginning. I tweeted out at one point, I said, Tether has been in crypto longer than you and will likely be here longer than you. It's Bitfinex was doing Tether FUD back when I started crypto in 2012. So it's like that Tether has been here and getting FUDded the entire time. So I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that I think people underestimate its resilience. And so, but I don't have any of it. I got out of that because again, it's a backed coin rather than something. Sorry, it's backed by dollars in bank accounts. See, this highlights one of the biggest problems in crypto when this is the Richard Hart's comment of when your crypto touches the real world, it breaks. If you remember that statement, then you would have avoided all of these stable coins because you go, okay, well, this particular stable coin requires there to be dollars in a bank. And while that sounds good, what it actually means is it's touching the real world. There's a banker, there's someone you trust, there's an institution, there's a government involved. So that particular crypto breaks at that point. And now we're seeing the result of that. So sometimes if you take these like cryptocurrency best practices and just apply them universally whenever you're doing anything, or at least in your thought process of what you're going to do and what you're going to get involved in, some of these traps you just avoid by default. You don't actually need a warning specific about, you don't need someone to come and say, hey, I've done this on-chain analysis and I think something dodgy is going on here. You just know that intrinsically that thing is flawed. So the only exposure that I had, unfortunately, to USDC, and I hope you don't mind me mentioning, well, actually, okay, I'll truth diode it. Like I'll scam diode it in case it is a scam. There's a protocol on a layer 2. So there's a layer 2 on Ethereum, and there's a protocol on that layer that you buy this token, and it represents or auto buys a portfolio of cryptos. And I thought that, and auto rebalances it. And I thought that was pretty cool. In the portfolio, it's like Bitcoin, Ethereum, 3 stable coins. I think there's another few high ranking by market cap cryptos in there. There's an Oracle project. Wow, look how good I am at scam diodes. There's an Oracle project in there. And so it's like maybe 6 or 7 tokens. And I thought this is actually pretty cool because it's like a decentralized version of what I was doing on an exchange previously, where they had these auto rebalance pools. And in fact, that particular exchange is being sued at the moment, which is another thing that which we can talk about. And that's to do with the whole ETH being a security accusation. So I thought, well, this is a decentralized version of that. And do you know what the funny thing is? That when I was doing that on the exchange, one of the balancing pools that I was using had UST as its stable. And so when UST depegged, that as it tries to rebalance, it rinses all the value into the thing which is spiraling out of control. So if USDC actually goes into some kind of speculative death spiral, because it won't be a technical death spiral, but it could be a speculative one. This will be the second time that this has happened to me, but fortunately both times they were relatively small components of my overall portfolio and net wealth.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately USDC is in that portfolio, that DeFi portfolio. By the way, there's a Hexagon team that is launching, like forking that protocol onto Pulse Chain once Pulse Chain launches. But I've already been in contact. Sorry to keep interrupting you, but I've already been in contact with them, pressuring them, or not pressuring them, but highlighting to them. I'm saying, please, 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 do not include things that are highly dangerous or highly unethical. And they said, yeah. On the testing, like on the test net, the only reason they've got USDC in there is as a placeholder for the stable coin that they will eventually choose, that will be like a legit one that the majority of the community can see is like a legit stable.
There's somebody asking here in the chat, like what saying that they have a lot of USDC and where should they put it. What I shared earlier, and by the way, we have 206 people watching, probably a lot more on the replay. So thanks for being here, everybody. hit the like and subscribe button, and check out the link to Tangent there in the description. So I went like maybe 80% of my USDC got moved into TUSD, which is true USD. And that seems to be holding a peg. That's not risk free, because just as Tangent was saying, this is two different things. It's a technical depegging and then a psychological depegging, and so that that comes into play. People can start acting irrationally. They can panic, and so that's not it's not a sure thing to be in anything right now. And then with the other 20%, I think maybe I moved, maybe I did about 7 to 10% into Hex, and then 5 or 7% I tried to move into my bank account, and the rest I put into Ethereum. So I kind of split the last 20% into those. And I've still got my button over the trigger, to see what's going to happen. And Franklin is now, I think Franklin used to work at Circle, or knows a lot about that. He's saying that TUSD, that they have exposure to some of those less optimal banks, and I didn't know that. So maybe I'll rethink my allocation.
Damn. So yeah, I mentioned TUSD a second ago as one of the ones that I did that I was using. Look, I never landed on a perfect solution, by the way. I never found a state, and that's why I was split across multiple. And fortunately for me, I was quite aggressively, my mindset leading into, as Pulse Chain started to sound more and more like it was getting close, my mindset has been pull economic energy from layer 2s back to layer 2s and other EVM compatible layer 1s back to Ethereum network and get Hex. That's been the path. That's been the funnel or the flow for me personally. So the majority of my crypto economic energy, which is the majority of my net wealth, has actually been put back into Hex. And so if all the stables went to zero right now, obviously that would be a problem for crypto. Massive, massive problem. We need at least one. But I wouldn't be that impacted. In fact, I wouldn't even really be that upset financially. If you could isolate my financial situation, obviously that would melt the whole industry down if you didn't have a single stable coin that you could rely on. But remember that DAI is backed by USDC, so that one's also a problem. I mean, should we go through them? Like, I don't, I've never liked BUSD because it's Binance's one, and while they appear to be still solvent, I just don't trust centralized entities. And what else is there? In fact, you can go on. You can go. That's it. We can actually just run through them. So Tether, I was just saying, that's the one that's been getting fudded since day one and has resisted all FUD. Are they still holding their peg? Yep.
Yes. And my theory there, which is based on no solid evidence at all, is just that if you hold Tether, you distrust the legacy banking system, and there's a degree of separation that you have there. If you're an international drug lord or somebody who is not doing any crime but just doesn't like government and centralization.
TUSD
a different fight, and you're already in certain ecosystems. You're already in certain ecosystems with Tether that are going to be like closer points to flee to Tether than to flee to something else.
Yeah, Tether's banking has always been offshore, which some people saw as a negative because they're like, oh, it's not as regulated and legitimate as the United States. And then now we're seeing anything that was in the US was just more. So the same thing happened with exchanges, right? The exchanges that tried to do the right thing, the stable coins that tried to do the right thing, the ones that tried to gain legitimacy by having all the licenses and like talking to the regulators and all that stuff, they got effed the hardest. They were like the first door to get kicked in. So Tether, I would call this a case of accidental hero, right? Like, as in, they didn't know this was going to happen. Tether didn't, well, maybe they did, but I think it's unlikely that they would have been able to predict that the stables and the institutions and the exchanges and the just basically all the crypto participants that were in the US were the ones that were going to get targeted first. But they've come out shining in terms of accidental hero by having their, and so the accusation's always been, are they fully backed? But no, you know, the proof is in the, you just look at the price chart, right? And theirs is still $1. So what else have we got here? So we've talked about, so, and by the way, I just want to be clear that I'm not promoting Tether. I'm not endorsing it. I don't think, it's not the solution I would personally use. I don't hold any of it, but it's just, I'm just using it to highlight the difference between USDC and USDT, and how it would have been this result would be counterintuitive for most people who thought that USDC was a safer bet in terms of regulatory risk. It ended up being that regulatory risk would have been misassigned by anyone who thought that the US regulators were going to favor the people and institutions who were trying to do the right thing and were incorporated within the United States. So we've talked about Tether, we've talked about USDC. Binance, I've explained why I don't really like that one. That one's still on peg. DAI has come off its peg, probably because it's partly backed or majority backed or significantly backed by USDC. TUSD is still on peg. That's looking fine. Frax,
some people are saying that
Frax took a hit. Oh, daddy, Frax took a big hit. Wow.
Some people are saying that these numbers are way off. So we can compare before we get.
These don't update as quick as. Look, on the chart I'm looking at, Frax looks like Squid Games. That's
no.
And then obviously, so Pax dollar has the same problem as BUSD in terms of being having come under attack lately. I've never actually heard of USDD, and that's saying a lot because I've been in crypto since 2012. So this number 8 one, according to this list by market cap, I've never heard of. And then here, look, these start to drop off in cap very quickly from here. You've got Gemini dollar, which I assume is Gemini Exchange's version of a stable. Pax gold, that's not even dollar pegged. That's meant to be pegged to gold. So that's only in this list as a stable coin in the sense that it's meant to be pegged to something, not in the sense that it's $1. So that doesn't count. And that's the top, that rounds out the top 10. And then everything else is under $500,000. Oh, sorry, under $500 million. Oh, one honorable mention at number 12, Liquidity. Oh, but that's also taken a 2% hit. But like someone said, these numbers are probably not accurate. We probably need to go. I'll just refresh this page, see if it. Are you still there, Maddie? Or are you having internet problems again?
Oh, I'm having internet problems, but I'm still here.
Oh, cool. Then there's Euro Tether. I won't count that because it's like, it's trying to back a different currency. There's still a version of a stable coin to do with the freaking Ponzi that blew up. What the hell? And it's number 14. Man, that is tragic. Tether Gold, again, that's a gold one. And that basically rounds out the top 15. Alchemix USD is number 15. So the fact that number 14, according to this list, is a stable coin that is linked to the stable coin that I mentioned before that fully did like a death spiral to zero, means that anything below that, like if you can't have more market cap than that coin, then you're pretty much failing. So I'm glad that Liquidity is above that. And then from there down, it's just a whole bunch of coins you've probably never heard of. Bean, lol. These are all claimed to be stable coins, and most of them you've probably never heard of. All right. So yeah, look, I guess Walrus is probably right that Liquidity is probably the best one. That's probably the best stable at the moment, I guess.
Well, not according to CoinMarketCap. It's showing that Liquidity is off 1.5% or 1.5 cents. Gemini
Yeah,
Dollar is holding, Pax Dollars pretty much holding, True USD is pretty much holding. And I say all that because they're within half a penny.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So I'm just looking historically at LUSD's chart to see the last time that it was this sort of volatility away from $1. And you've basically got to go back to, oh no, only 1 month. So sort of about a month ago, and sorry, no, not 1 month, back to the start of the year. So around the start of the year, there were prices that the peg of LUSD was away from $1 by approximately this much. So the point that I'm trying to highlight here, and I might not be right about this, but this was the defense that I was about to mount for for LUSD, is even though right now it looks like it is off its peg, because of the mechanisms that keep this particular coin pegged, it's actually not that unusual for the coin to be less. So these other ones hold their peg better because they've got more money behind them, and they probably actually do manipulate it to try and keep it on its peg. Whereas I think LUSD is a more honest stable coin, which by necessity means that it's more likely to be off its peg, and off its peg by more. So I think that this is, I wouldn't say that this is natural, like obviously this, because you can see a spike in the volatility, but this doesn't concern me as much. So I'm saying, for the percentage that it has moved off its peg, if we look at that sort of relative to its historic peg, like historically how it moves, it's not as dramatic as some of these ones, like say USDC and TUSD, that maybe typically are very, very, very close to their peg. This is like way out of the range.
Yeah, and now here's a random point. Elon did tweet that he might buy Silicon Valley Bank.
Oh, dude, bro.
And we know that Elon is full of shit when it comes to tweeting about stuff in crypto. So I'm not going to I'm not going to buy the dip on USDC based on that alone.
I kind of don't want him to do it, because I actually don't want any one human being to sort of like have too much of my respect. So I like to sort of like cap the maximum respect I have for any one human being that's not myself, because I don't want to just have intrinsic trust. Like obviously Richard Hart absolutely just fisted the ceiling on that, but I'm okay with that.
Look, if you have to debate Elon, I'd be okay with that.
I would also be very okay with that. Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing with Twitter. I see small little improvements every single day. And every time I see like a little change that's maybe quite subtle, it's something that I would personally have changed. So it's like, I'll mention a recent one I noticed very recently, very small. You know how it used to say tweets and then tweets and replies? And so now that just says replies. So it's just tweets, and then the next one is just replies. And it's like, it's just cleaner, and it's like, you know what I mean? It's I think something like that. I know that's tiny, and it doesn't change any functionality. It doesn't make the thing run better. It doesn't even. In fact, some could argue that it's even a little bit less accurate, because in that particular tab, you do actually have all your tweets and your tweet replies. So the naming of it was technically more correct before, but I prefer it like this because it just looks cleaner and everyone knows what's up.
Today's my 5-year Twitterversary.
Whoa, nice. You know,
Yeah.
mine might actually be similar, man, because this is something I find funny, right? I have people accuse me of lying about how long I've been in crypto because they look at my Twitter profile and my Twitter only started in like 2017. And so yeah, mine would be like 5-6 years. And I'm like, dumbass, as if like, do you not realize there's a scenario which is true for me, that I started in crypto without Twitter and didn't get to, because I started in crypto so early that crypto Twitter wasn't a thing. It was all bitcointalk.org. So I didn't need Twitter, and there wasn't a big crypto community on Twitter. So it's only that noob thinking that people think you're like, when you start in crypto, of course you're going to go and get a Twitter account because it's where all the crypto stuff is. That's only people who have come in within the last sort of half decade-ish. So I thought that was quite funny. And obviously I've got those multiple proofs of how early I was in crypto, but that always made me laugh. And so I think mine's 2017. I'll go take a look now.
Yeah, the only reason I know is because it popped up with a reminder today. And nobody, if anybody ever questions how long you've been in crypto, you send them my way and I'll give them the spiel that you give about all the evidence. So we got 300 people watching. People are still going to be really interested, I think, in our commentary on a number of things, because I think this is not done playing out yet. I think we're going to see this playing out over the weekend. We've got USDC has dropped now 7 cents down to 0.93, according to CoinMarketCap. But we're seeing differences across different reporting sites. There's DAI on Nomics dropped down even further to 92 cents. And now Nomics has kind of caught up a little bit and is showing 93 cents for USDC. Hex sitting at 6.7 cents, although a lot of people are quoting a much higher number that they're seeing on Staker app, probably because of like low liquidity.
Dex Screener is, in my opinion, so Dex Screener using the V3. So this is Dex Screener. Yo, I'm so sorry, guys. Oh my God, that's so rookie. I'm looking at the freaking, that behind me, that chart that goes up and to the right is the freaking Hex USDC pair. So of course it's going up as USDC goes down. I'm so sorry, guys. So this is not this, when I said Hex is like been going up and there's like over 7 cents. So this shows Hex at 7.5 cents or 7.46 cents behind me. And that's not accurate.
That's what Hex / WETH is showing.
Oh, really? So even the US calculated version of the ETH pair is also showing over 7 cents.
That's what I'm seeing here.
Well, we're going to the moon, baby. That's how I like it.
Now, I mean, we're going to need to dig into it, though, of course, because my prediction, of course, people watch the Tuesday night Game Theory Gang show, and there's going to be a lot of game theory here that'll play out with a depegging of a stable coin this massive. I think that they're probably, and we can look this up, I think that there's probably a lot of people in Hex who provide liquidity on the Hex USDC pair who would pull their USDC and do something with it, like maybe swap it for Hex or swap it for ETH, or cash it out or do whatever they were going to do. And whenever you have a situation where the liquidity suddenly becomes much less, what you see is that you have the opportunity to have way bigger price swings. In this case, we might see that we have more price swings to the upside, and then you could see just as quickly, you could see up, down, up, down, up, down, of course, as people recalibrate.
I just realized I was on the wrong mic, so my audio should be a lot cleaner now. I'm really sorry. This is part of the thing with because I'd only just woken up. I was rushing around and I didn't double check. So my audio was going through my webcam up until now. Now it's actually through my proper mic. Are there any questions? You know how you were saying people will be interested to hear our opinions on this and other things. Should we use the chat as a way of working out whether what we've said so far is clear and whether people are either disagreeing with us or they want more clarity on certain aspects, or if they want us to talk about other topics, that sort of thing?
I definitely want to bring questions into the mix. And one of the questions from much earlier, I think, is a really good one. And that's what people were saying. What's our commentary on how the Pulse X sacrifice address is sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars worth of DAI that has now depegged?
The mofo's got billions. Like, as in it, like, I think, look, an address like that, whoever happens to own it, like, not that you can own an address, but whoever happens to be in control of the funds within that address will have already experienced swings in net wealth, if you want to call it that. I'm using inverted commas because we know that it's like technically it's not your net wealth, right? It's just math, but that far exceed this, right? With ETH and Bitcoin prices collapsing, assuming that entity still owns a lot of Bitcoin, whatever. I'm muddying the water here by talking about the assumption or the entity who owns. Let's just actually talk about the address itself, right? So within that address, there's no Bitcoin, but the fluctuation of the sort of like dollar value of that address would have already been so extreme. I just don't think this would bother that entity. However, if I was in control of that address, and this is how you know that I'm not the controller of that address, I would be dumping all of those stables in. Oh, actually, I was going to say buy Hex, but the price would go to like millions of dollars. Like it would like higher. I think the price of Hex would go to infinity, wouldn't it?
With a $250 million buy, somebody could calculate that. I would say it would be like in between dollars and tens of dollars.
No, because remember how thin the liquidity is. It would break the thing. Like if you did it all at once. You know what you'd have to do maybe, and I don't know, this goes against, you know how people had that narrative that, the OA doesn't want haters to get a high price.
Yeah.
But perhaps what you would have to do if you actually wanted to deploy that much capital into Hex is you would have to drip feed it in slowly and allow people to actually move liquidity and sell into it, and so that you don't just break the price to the upside. Because
I can tell you what you might do is you might go directly into ETH, and then you might use the ETH to buy Hex. Because then everybody else wouldn't watch what you're doing with DAI and be like, oh, I know what's going to happen next.
ETH would absolutely be the play for multiple reasons. One, you're not giving any kind of endorsement to another coin that's not Hex. Because if you found a higher liquidity ERC20, someone can watch that address and be like, oh, the OA is buying this coin. Like, that's no good. ETH obviously is one of the highest, if not the highest, liquidity of everything on Ethereum. It doesn't give endorsement to other projects. It's got the highest liquidity, and then, like you said, then you can take your time and actually buy the asset that you actually want, which is Hex. you're not on the clock as much. So, I mean, in fact, this is a very interesting question, because at the moment, that entity wouldn't be sweating it, because it's like, what's 7%, even 10%? Who cares? But if that shit's going to go to zero, you're going to hot potato that shit. You want to get out of that asset before it loses all its economic value, right? And we saw what happened on ETH proof of work. People with stables who saw that shit going to zero just immediately market bought Hex, went straight into Hex. So this is an interesting dilemma, and we all know that whoever's in control of that address is probably a galaxy brain, right? You don't get that kind of, you don't get billions and billions of dollars without being smart. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. If these stables depeg any further, that entity is going to be forced to make this decision, and we get to watch it live.
Yes. I'm just going into the top token holders here to see if anybody owns more DAI than the Pulse.
Good idea. Great idea. Great idea. And then, so yeah, what we just discussed can be applied to any of these stablecoin whales. We can start to see what these people are doing with their stables. But what are we going to use as the metric for what so if everyone started just dumping all their stables into Hex, right? Like, so the crypto community broadly realizes that Hex is actually the only true DeFi, and they're like, we need something that's actually going to not just have this like speculative panic, and everyone starts going to Hex. What are we going to use as the baseline as to what the actual price of Hex is? Because on all the prices, yes, good point. And you actually already said that before, using the DEX screener chart of Hex versus ETH, and then the dollar calculated proxy graph. That's the way to go, because ETH has got the liquidity. ETH has got the, ETH has got enough pairs on centralized exchanges where the pair is with actual dollars, with real dollar, like it's a dollar pair. It's not a stablecoin pair. That's the way that we're going to have to value Hex from now. LFG. Yeah.
And it looks like the PulseX sacrifice is by a slight margin of only $13 million. No, yeah, no. Yeah. $13 million has the most DAI tokens. It has more than Compound, more than Aave, more than Curve.
Is the DAI whale, is the number one DAI whale, is the sacrifice address?
Yes.
F. Holy F and S and MF.
Yeah.
Bro, I was not aware of that. That's hectic. Oh man, we need to wake whoever that could be. We need to, has anyone got a direct line to that African priest that we suspect could be in control of that address?
Of course, but
what time would it be in Africa at the moment?
Well,
would it be daytime, nighttime?
All we know is that that a certain someone has been tweeting a lot about this this breakdown in the peg of USDC.
Oh, okay, now, okay. So we don't need to panic that the MF is asleep. Like just napping on the number one whale spot on DAI. I had no idea. That's massive. Holy crap. He needs to move quick, bro.
Now, for people to understand like how this fits into the whole story, DAI is something that's changed over time. DAI is a stable coin that now is made up of other cryptos, and it has a significant amount.
Yeah, they rookied it. They rookied it.
It's USDC backed. And so if USDC owes $3 billion to SBV, Silicon or Silicon Valley Bank, and then you know, they're not fully backed, or they're missing 5% in their stack or whatever, then people are panicking and maybe overselling DAI. But the point that Tangent and I keep coming back to is that the value of all this stuff is based on what people are willing to panic dump it for, or, you know, buy it for.
Bro,
and that
make a rookied it. It used to be ETH backed. They rookied it. Man, they rookied it so hard. Man, all this fake DeFi just pisses me off, man.
Yeah.
Can you imagine a world where not that you can police this, but can you imagine a world, let's say, rather than by force, let's just say every person who came into crypto adopted the true ethics and the mission statement of it being decentralized and fair and all the stuff, borderless, permissionless, censorship resistant, all of that stuff, right? And all the effort and money that has flooded into crypto. So you would have started off with something like Bitcoin, and then you would have had ETH, and then you would have had Hex. And the only other things to exist outside of those three would be genuine, like Tornado Cash, things that are like actually Uniswap. Actually, no, Uniswap, the token, wasn't legit either. Like, so, but imagine if all the building and all the economic flow had been into projects that truly met that ethical criteria. Dude, we would already have utopia financially. We would have already freed the world globally of financial tyranny.
Yeah, people should get it straight.
But it would be unrealistic to expect that human behavior would change so drastically, and that you would have no scammers, no liars, no attempts for people to enrich themselves, no shortcuts of people saying, oh, you know, some nerds actually are like, well, we want to create this thing because we're interested, like genuinely interested in the tech, say like an Oracle or whatever. They're like, well, there's a desire within the space to have this thing. Well, this isn't an ideal way of doing it, but let's just do it anyway. And I will admit that sometimes those less than ideal solutions are actually stepping stones towards the ultimate proper solution. And that if you didn't allow those people to explore the technology in a less than ideal way, you actually won't get to the thing. So like, you won't get to the actual real shit that you need to get to. Like, I'll give you an example that's not crypto, is like electric cars. People were like, this won't work. This won't work. And when the first ones came out, they're like, this is terrible. Like the charge doesn't let you drive far enough. And, you know, or solar power is another example where people are like, this is shit. It costs more to set up. And then the panels only last this long and it's terrible. And they've got elements in them that are just as bad for the environment and stuff. But if you don't explore those technological pathways in imperfect and non-ideal ways, you might not actually get to the destination you're trying to get to. So I'm obviously contradicting myself here, or I'm countering myself, but I just think, man, we definitely could have moved faster in the right direction in crypto, but we're getting there slowly, man. And today is a day. Today is a day.
I have breaking news. It looks like the PulseX sacrifice address moved $40 million worth of tether.
Yes. Where did it go?
Just today.
Where did it go, Maddie? How
Let's
much Hex
click on
got
the
bought?
link and see.
Let's go, Hex. Let's go, Hex. This is it. This is it. Notice I'm actually just starting to wake up now.
So it sent it to an address that, that has $36 million of tether and $4 million of DAI. So where did it get the DAI? Did it swap or?
The African priest is awake and making moves.
Correct. It looks
so
like
at the moment. So you're saying at the moment moved, but not exchanged for anything.
No, it did. So it used 1-inch V4 to, it looks like, swap tether for DAI.
Wait,
that's interesting.
Well, okay.
It's on screen.
So This is technology that I wasn't even aware of. I didn't even know that they had a V4.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, sorry. This is not Uniswap protocol V4. This is their own V4. Like, this is their version 4. Or is this a V4 of Uniswap? Because, you know, their license, their moat just expired. Yeah. Their copyright or whatever was protecting their license to disallow people from using Uniswap v3 recently expired, or is about to expire. I think recently expired. And so that would mean that typically when a company has got their next thing behind the scenes in the works, when their license is about to expire, they bring out their new shit so that they've always got something that sets them apart that they can have licensed and only for their own use. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if Uniswap did launch a V4 recently and or soon.
This refers to the aggregation method that's used by 1inch in order to get the best trades for people. But that, I mean, this is breaking news. We just discovered that the number one DAI whale, the Pulse X sacrifice address, moved its $40 million worth of tether and started making $1 million swaps into DAI. So it is basically, it's buying up the DAI that's been oversold, I think.
Could this be in an attempt to save the peg on DAI, which I believe would be foolish. I believe that would be a foolish move, because
but think about the $3 billion that's missing out of the 40 billion that's backing USDC. And that's pulling away from DAI, what, maybe 2%, 3%, somewhere in there. So DAI really shouldn't be trading more than 2 or 3% off if my napkin math is like in the right ballpark.
So that play only works if USDC does not go to zero. So if you consider that there's a risk that USDC might just completely shit the bed, then you don't want to be holding it or anything that is backed by, that is being used as a majority backing. So DAI is exposed to the risk of USDC going to zero, or going, when I say go to zero, it's like anything more than like a 10% DPEG, or let's be generous, 20% DPEG. If USDC goes below 80 cents, it's game over. Like, as in, no one will ever trust that coin ever again. Like, as in, even if people are like, no, it's treasury bonds, bro. It's all here, bro. Look at the audit. Like, it's game over. You can't have a stable that depegs by that much and be taken seriously in the future. So, look, there are founders that have made this mistake before. I think was it Do Kwon? I mean, look, I don't need to name them. Let's scam DAI with these mofos. But there have been founders, including FTX, that have believed that they can backstop a failing crypto because they've got so much money, or they've got so much crypto that they can support it, and it doesn't work because you end up just buying everyone's bags as everyone flees, and then you just get wrecked. So I really hope that, look, like I said, anyone of the multiple people that could theoretically have access to that address, I guarantee, I am confident that anyone who has the keys is smart. There's no dumbasses. The keys would not have been given out to dumbasses. So whatever, like, I'm going to trust the process, but so far I don't like it. Like, as in, so far I don't see I don't see that as a smart play.
So back in January, the Pulse X sacrifice wallet sent just under $1 million worth of Gemini dollars out. I'm trying to look back and see when it got rid of USDC. But maybe it had swapped that for DAI early on. Look, I think that I think that Richard has always spoken highly of DAI, and or we've seen the Pulse X sacrifice, like, hold that, which is kind of a huge thing. I mean, we can see on chain, there's transparency here. This is true DeFi. It's like being able to see what the biggest holders are doing with their money. And we're seeing that in real time. Tonight, there was and this is only $4 million of Tether that's been swapped. So this is 10% of their Tether stack, $40 million that's been put into DAI.
Maybe if you can prop the price up for long enough, people will regain confidence in that stable. Maybe. I personally wouldn't do that play, but I guess maybe it's worth a try if you consider all of this stuff to be fake anyway, right? Like, if you're like, oh, well,
what's the risk?
Maybe you're like, what's the risk? It's just play some games. Like that address still has plenty of hex, right? So it's like, what's the worst that happens? All the stables go to zero. It's still rich. The gas price at the moment is going off its face. It's absolutely off its face.
267 Gwei. That's what Etherscan is showing.
Yeah, and it's I think it's on its way up as well. Like, this is nuts. People are losing their minds.
Yeah.
I think I actually didn't think this was as big a deal when I woke up. I was like, I was pumped that I had thrown down a Richard style prediction, not correctly. Prediction, but just a forewarning, like that, and getting that on record. That I was excited about that. And so shout out to Big Beb. Big Beb was the Twitter account that I didn't even, this was how I found out that something had gone wrong with USDC. Was when I wake up, pretty much the first thing I check is I turn off my alarm, and then I pretty much just go to Twitter. Like, I go to Twitter and check my notifications. That sounds sad, but it's like, I want to know what's going on. And I saw this tweet that said Hex Tangent said a few weeks ago to get your money out of USDC. And as soon as I read that, I was like, this surely indicates that something has gone badly wrong with USDC.
So here's a question I have. What's going to happen once people make their move with the stables that they have? Are we going to see lower liquidity in DeFi? Are we going to see less liquidity providers, providing liquidity between USDC and other coins such as Hex, such as ETH, whatever it is, and that'll bring more volatility to crypto? Will we see a lack of buying at any time? Like, basically, we're seeing a run up now, but will we see kind of a withdraw once everybody makes their move?
I think that surely in the short term, you will see people do what I did weeks or months ago, which is to people who want to remain being an LP will simply pair their ERC20 with ETH. So with ETH. So that then you're getting, so there's some advantages here, right? You don't have this stablecoin risk. You actually end up, so you know how if with V3, you choose the boundaries. If you accept that there's likely to be some kind of ongoing correlation between your ERC20 and Ethereum, then you can actually bound your liquidity even tighter, because if there's a correlation, the volatility of those two assets relative to each other is not likely to be as high. So you get theoretically less volatility, which is great for LPs because you want to set that range. You don't have stablecoin risk. If you're on Ethereum, you're likely to not mind holding Ethereum, right? So the fees that you're generating are now in ETH and the coin. Like, so for me, it's ETH and Hex. And yeah, and then I just think that's probably the short-term play for most LPs. If you want to keep LPing, the only risk for people who believe that Pulse Chain is imminent is this idea we still don't have the details of how the Reaper bot is going to behave, and so we don't know how it's going to what's going to happen to V3 LPs. We don't even know for sure what's going to happen with V2 LPs. But so theoretically you're going to have plenty of warning, right? You're not going to get caught out being in an LP, and because everyone's fairly convinced that there has to be a test net for people to test their protocols, that we're not just going to go straight from no test net or from no proof of stake test net to straight into mainnet. So you're at least going to have that as a warning to pull your LPs. So at the moment, in my opinion, it's pretty safe to be in any LP. So, sorry, specifically for the risk of Pulse Chain mainnet launching and it doing something weird to your LPs. Right now, I think that risk is mitigated by the fact that testnet will give you ample warning. Superhex saying DAI looking like it's back on 99 cents. Well, that could have been the sacrifice address pushing the ratio back up. So yeah, so the thing I'm fairly confident of is I think there will be a significant. So you saw how with all the exchange collapses and all that contagion that people learnt not your keys, not your coins, and people were actually the amount of exchange outflows were just insane, and that's a really good thing for crypto in the medium and long term. It might not have short term. You can't really say that it's necessarily like there's definitely some negatives. There was price impacts and things like that, not from people pulling their coins, but there were price impacts from the panic. So in the short term, so let's just say if we ignore the short term where it's harder to predict because there's all this panic and stuff, but I think that this will be looked back upon as a positive thing for crypto, and that I don't like seeing stable coins in the top 10 of the cryptocurrency market cap sites.
No,
it's like, that's not real crypto. Like, why is there more money? Why is there more economic energy? And I know that market cap is a vanity metric, et cetera, et cetera. But my point is, like, why? Like, it sort of pains me to see that we've got this top 10 of cryptocurrencies that people look at, whether it's legit or not. A lot of people use that as their reference when they go and look at the market for the day. They go and look at one of these sites, and they're seeing shit that's got USD as part of its ticker, reminding them about a corrupt legacy system that we're trying to get away from. It's kind of annoying. And so I think this is great. If we can bump some of these stables down and out of the top 10, preferably, I think that would be a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, it depends also how like Legacy sees it, but I think that it very well could be that people see this as a as a win for crypto, like you're saying.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to go back to see where Crispy Man had commented on the liquidity change in Hex. And I'm not finding it because we have so many people commenting. We have 413 people watching live.
Are people just losing their minds in the chat?
We have people. This is not just the Hex community who's tuned in. This is the entire crypto community who wants to know what the hell is going on here. And here we go. I found it. So Crispy Man of hexfire.io, top transparent analyst for the Hex community. He says that the Hex available has dropped from 100 million earlier today to 40 million. Wow. So 60% of the Hex has either gotten bought up or pulled. And that's a huge change for just one day. We also have Hugh Hefner in the chat.
I'm about to have to go alter the vertical scale, like the y-axis on this chart behind me before it goes off the screen. Hex is just literally it, but it's the most sort of inorganic, or like it's the fakest looking chart I've ever seen. And it's probably just because it's the USDC component maybe that's causing it to be so consistent. But on my chart, it looks like it's just these really consistent green candles just building into a parabola. Oh yeah, that's it. So, on yours, it actually does look like there's a few red candles. I don't know why mine's on the 15-minute over there, and it's not Heikenhashi candles, and it's just green. It's just all green.
This is with wrapped ETH.
Are you on a 5-minute? Oh, okay. You're on the wrapped ETH. Well, look, my LPs of Hex ETH, my Hex ETH LPs are literally printing money at the moment as everyone just panicking like balls.
Nice.
Because obviously you make money off volatility. Sorry, not volatility. You make money off volume. Make money off volume. The higher the volume, the more fees the LP will earn.
Nice.
So
yeah, people are buying and selling Hex and Ethereum.
Do you know what I enjoy about this? And I'm able to bring more excitement and more enjoyment about what's going on right now is compared to previous events that have been like similarly important or noteworthy, is in this case, no one's getting like their life savings completely wrecked, right? So I don't have to moderate my excitement here because here the worst that has happened so far is someone's lost 10% of their stablecoin value.
Correct.
Like, it's not. Do you know what I mean? Like there's no one's out offing themselves over this yet. Like we would need to see some drastic shit, but at the moment this is bearable for most people. So compared to FTX, where suddenly people just didn't know whether they were going to get anything back, it's like life savings gone with no certainty of when or if you are going to get any of that money back. Just absolutely tragic. Or DeFi hacks where people just lose all of their crypto because they believed in this project. One of their friends told them it was a paradigm shift, and they invested all of their stuff into Molly Water Bridge, and the thing just went pear-shaped. And so this is fun and enjoyable to spectate, and also knowing that no one's getting like fully wrecked yet.
Yeah. And there are people who are getting wrecked from gas fees, and that's what Pulse Chain is designed to save people from. And it can't come soon enough as far as we can see.
Can you imagine if we had Pulse Chain out? This would be the best advertisement, bro. If Pulse Chain existed, this would be literally the greatest advertisement, because the stables that we would be using over there would be legit and holding their pegs. And we would be able to then educate people as to why those are superior setups. We'd be like, look over here. The reason that these things are holding their pegs is because they're actually genuinely decentralized, genuinely censorship resistant, genuinely this, genuinely that, genuine redundancy. Like if banks are involved and the legacy, like if there is some link to legacy, it's structured in a way that protects against these types of failures, which I'm not saying that those things are all set up necessarily already, but you know what I mean? We've got a lot of smart people working on these issues.
I made the point the other day that, because it occurred to me, ETH 2.0 has never been stress tested in a bull market or during a time of super high network usage.
Great point.
Like we've seen in the past. And it's my prediction that once Pulse Chain does launch, that there's going to be a massive amount of congestion of just people onboarding to Pulse Chain from ETH. They're trying to get their dollars on. There's going to be people trying to bridge over wrapped Ethereum tokens, all their different tokens, not coins, but tokens. And that's going to make everybody stop and ask, what's going on? Why are the gas fees 500 or 1,000 Gwei today? And this is someday in the future. And that would be because Pulse Chain is launched. And I think that will be a perfect advertisement there too. But we saw about we saw about 3 to 4 weeks ago, just forking OpenSea, which is what Blur did, caused gas prices to spike about as high as they are now. Now we might see gas prices spike higher this weekend than we did that weekend 3 to 4 weeks ago. But I think when you're forking the entire system state of Ethereum, you're probably, that you probably got a taste with the Blur airdrop of what's going to happen with Pulse Chain. And I think it's going to be really cool.
Bro, the ETH chart is going parabolic. And I think the red candles that we're seeing on the Hex ETH pair are when ETH just goes nuts because people are getting out of stables and Hex can't keep up. If there's in a very, very short time frame, if ETH just has a massive green dilly, then Hex might, if Hex is not, because Hex's primary pairs was still, let's actually, so I know this is a sidetrack, but I'm just going to quickly look at the Bitcoin mempool, 122 blocks. And last night it was actually 100 and something. So I think 112. So not a huge increase in Bitcoin block congestion over this. I wouldn't expect that anyway, because obviously Bitcoin's outside of DeFi. Unfortunately for Bitcoin, it's not really in the DeFi ecosystem. Well, some would say that Bitcoin is DeFi, but as in what people think of when you say DeFi in crypto at the moment is the smart contract DeFi. And so I wanted to look at that, but should we also look at I'm going to go and look at the freaking the LPs. So
yeah, please. And while you're playing that up, we've had more movement now on the Pulse X sacrifice trading Tether for DAI. And we've seen another, $2 million to $3 million worth of trades happen in the past 15 minutes since we first brought this up. And we do see that DAI is sitting around 92 cents, whereas Tether is still sitting at $1. And so you may be seeing this, this tiny, tiny little fraction of the Pulse X sacrifices net worth. This is only 40 million compared to the $250 million that it has sitting in DAI in its wallet, and plus billions of dollars of Hex. But you can see that there have been some more $1 million trades on 1-inch V4 in the direction of trading Tether, which is still keeping its peg, for DAI, which is not. And there have been people, Tangent and people in the comments have been speculating that maybe that's an attempt to hold the peg. I'm speculating it's just buying a deal that you've already calculated that the market's overreacting, that the $3 billion lost by this Silicon Valley Bank only represented maybe about 5%, somewhere in there, of USDC's backing. And then with DAI having part of its backing with USDC, maybe that's why people are dumping it more than the technical analysis would say that you should. And so as Tangent and I will keep coming back to in this stream, the value of something is decided by the people who are panic dumping and who are defending trying to defend the peg. And so it's unclear if the market will be rational. During bank runs, markets are irrational. However, it is rational to get your money out if you think that the system will further depeg, that the system will move against you in the wrong direction. And for me, I'm also wanting to keep an eye on True USD, which is where I parked some, and then I put a little bit into Hex, as I said earlier in the program, and a little bit into ETH. But it looks like True USD is keeping within half a penny of its peg, and so I like seeing that. But still, I might end up reconsidering that. I'm glad I got out of USDC earlier today when it was still trading close to $1. and now it's trading all the way down. Looks like 89 cents now.
I do feel for the people who have small-ish bags of USDC, but that it is a significant amount of money to them. So say you had like sub 2,000 worth of USDC, but to you that's like a significant amount of money, and then the gas fees are like just ripping up, and then you're stuck in that position of, do I pay a huge amount of money to exit now, or do I put my fingers crossed and hope that the peg comes back? I can tell you what I did when Luna collapsed. I sold UST at I think I sold out of it at like at 60% of its value. So I actually had an LP that was stable to stable. It was either USDC or USDT with UST, and that got wrecked. Like that got the classic wreckage of, because you have tight boundaries, and then so as soon as it went like 1%, then I'm completely in. So first of all, it rinses you and sells all of your stable that's holding for the one that's depegging. And this would have happened to people today. Anyone who had pegged stables with stables, and in fact, oh damn, because I was playing around with Pickle Swap, like Pickle Protocol or whatever, rewards you for pegging stables together. And so I just remembered I did actually have a pool. I did have a pool, although maybe it's printing money. Maybe it's printing it because it's like because I think that was, I think they're V2. They might have been a V2 pool. So anyway, I just decided to get out of UST at 60%, and then it did have a bounce, and I thought, oh well, timing wise, I would have been better to have got this bounce. I think it might have bounced even up to as much as 80%, like 80 cents in the dollar. But then afterwards, it just nuked and eventually went to zero. So pretty much to zero. So
let me comment too on the fact that Coinbase has said that they're temporarily over the weekend, just because banks aren't open, they're not letting you redeem 1 USDC for 1 USD in your bank account, and that's extra. Let me please emphasize, it is extra ironic because recently they had released an advertisement that was showing how they're different than legacy finance, and how dumb is it that you can't trade 24/7 and stuff. And so they had this beautiful ad that was like super well done. I'm not going to play the video because I don't want to get a copyright strike, but so Coinbase is definitely fooling around. You can still send your USDC off of Coinbase to a DEX, so you can try to dispose of it before it depegs more, if that's going to be your play. Although Tangent and I are not able to give you financial advice, we're not able to make the decision for you. But people are freaking out that Coinbase stopped its redemption of USDC, and it gave the description of USDC. I saved a screenshot. It says, what is USD coin? And it says it's a type of cryptocurrency that you can always redeem 1 USD coin for $1.
So broken. They failed their promise. Broken.
Failed. Yes.
If you retract, that is the value proposition. That is the use case. If you take that away for even a single day, you have broken your promise. That is fail. That's an absolute fail.
Yeah.
Maddie, how beautiful are those tweets that are a short story in two? It's like a short story in 2 panels, or it's like a 2-panel story, or a short story in 2 tweets, and it just has like and I guess this is a what's it called? It's a modification on those memes, which are how it started, how it's going. It's basically the same idea, right? And it's like you could do one for this USDC thing where you have their promotion of what's good. Like, oh, look at USDC. This is the use cases 24/7. Legacy's bad, and then the tweet of like, "Hey guys, we're like pausing withdrawals." And there was one for Celsius as well, where it was like Alex shitting on legacy banks, and then like, sorry, you can't get your funds. And Richard actually did an amazing one recently that was Bitcoin versus the US dollar. And so he had the Bitcoin chart since its genesis, where it's basically, its trajectory is basically up only. And then it had the US dollar, that one where it's the torn note that shows, or for you guys, it's that way. And it's like a torn note, and it just goes all the way down basically to like, you know, loss of 90+% of its value. So that 2-panel story, I liked the look of that. I think it, the more things, I think Richard probably does a similar thing to me, where sometimes you'll just be pondering stuff. You're not trying to necessarily come up with something cool to tweet. You'll just be thinking about crypto, or you'll be thinking about life. You'll be thinking about things and just pondering, and you come to like a very punchy or powerful realization that you think, wow, this can be summarized in a very short amount of space, either a short number of characters or a picture or something. And I'm going to go and tweet this out and just really drive this thing home that most people in crypto probably should already know, but this is going to really smash through and just like, you know, highlight this issue.
Nice. Yeah, you and RH are good at making points like that, aren't you?
Thanks, man. Oh yeah, the liquidity. So just using Hex as the example, the two pools, which were the main, these were the primary pools of Hex.
Let me just throw something in there real quick before you get to that, because I'm super interested in that. But I guess it was late. So let me put this into context. So this was maybe 6 to 8 hours ago. I initiated a small withdrawal from Coinbase of my dollars. So that was when they were still converting USDC to USD. And so I think it's like $3,500 or something that I swapped, or that I traded on Coinbase. And then I initiated a withdrawal and to my bank, and I decided to pay the extra, $50 fee to make it an instant transfer. It is showing up on my bank account that that it's pending, that Coinbase is doing this this deposit. So that's kind of a good sign. I know that doesn't help everybody, but for people who have USD on Coinbase, and maybe you traded your USDC for USD and you're not sure, there's some uncertainty about whether they're actually going to give it to you. And there could always be clawbacks and weird stuff that would happen. But I just wanted to report that's the most recent update I have, is that it seems like Coinbase is still running their USD withdrawals and all that. So that's a little bit helpful, I hope, for some people to know that.
Nice.
I don't think that they are going to allow people to trade one USDC for $1 on Monday. What do you think?
One USDC for $1. Oh, I think they better, like, as in, part of this is a confidence game, right? Like here's the balancing act that they have to, here's the tightrope walk they have to do. They have to avoid as much as possible doing anything that outwardly demonstrates a problem or a lack of confidence, while also avoiding anything that's actually going to get them wrecked, right? So they, for something like that, they need to basically ask themselves a question. If we do this, if we allow redemptions to continue and we allow people to trade 1-for-1 in their account from USDC to actual USD, is that going to bankrupt us? Is that going to completely wreck us? And if the answer to that is no, if they can withstand that, they have to allow it to continue to maintain the facade that everything is fine. If they take that away, it is they're waving the white flag that it's game over. It's like that they are admitting defeat. So basically, I think that's going to be quite an important telling sign.
Yeah. Should people get their money off Coinbase?
Oh, bro, you know my opinion on this. It's like that people after FT. So people in crypto should have already known self-custody is very important, or like always, right? Forever. But if you didn't learn that lesson either directly or indirectly when FTX went down and all the contagion and exchanges went down, anyone in crypto and even people not in crypto, even normies learned that lesson.
Let me pose it this way. So, and I think that's an important message, but for people such as myself, who I have my
small
liquid
amounts though, right?
Small amounts. So I have spread out over lots of bank accounts, the amount of money that I need to live off of for a year. And I've got, I've got it spread out in so many different things. One thing could completely fail and I'd be just fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I still have several $1,000s on Coinbase. Do I need to get that off?
So that's a good point. I will admit that even I, Mr. Crypto ethics or whatever, that I'm always like preaching stuff like that, I did not immediately remove all of my money from exchanges when FTX occurred. So Kraken is an example where the amount of money that it was and the fact that it was like the way it was structured and things like that, I was just like, I'm just going to leave it. But it's to do with this idea that you have to assume that you could wake up one day and that shit could be turned off, like as in that you will never see that money ever again. And I was in that cat. I was like, if I wake up, I'm not even lying to myself. If I wake up and the amount of money I have on Kraken is inaccessible, then at the time, I've subsequently removed it, but I'm positioning myself at that point in the past. I was being honest with myself that if I lost that money, I would have been fully okay with it. I would have just been like, that's fine. It was tiny. So this question is, I guess I'm kind of like, I've answered it indirectly in saying the amount of money that anyone should have had on any exchange should have been an amount that they were genuinely willing to lose. And therefore they don't need to panic because it was already an amount that they were willing to lose. However, the answer is yes. Like as in, yes, I would personally remove, if I had money on exchanges that I believed were that their risk profile had increased because of what has just happened, I would absolutely initiate the withdrawal. Because this is what I was saying at the FTX thing. So people were saying, "Oh, should I remove my money from Binance?" And I was saying, "Bro, it's a few clicks of a button, and you can put it back on later. It's not like it's not. This is not shutting down your account. This is just withdrawing your funds, right? And if your risk assessment is like, but I'm worried that all of crypto is going to crash, and I'm using FTX. This is the FTX example. I don't want to withdraw Bitcoin. Just sell. You can sell all your crypto into dollars and withdraw the dollars to a legacy account, like a legacy financial account. Like, so there's always a way to extract your economic energy. It doesn't just do it within within your fear or within your risk profile or your risk assessment. But yes, I believe that, and you're doing crypto a favor. Every time you pull economic energy from an exchange, you are helping crypto in the short, medium, and long term. There is no negative impact to crypto. In the short term, if you and others create a bank run and it causes that exchange to fail, and then you get this contagion or crypto getting a bad name, people panicking, people being scared of crypto, it being associated with crypto in a negative way, then yes, in the short term, there can be a negative. But in the medium and long term, it is like you removing your shit from exchange is always a good thing.
And the reason is because of contagion. It could be that Coinbase it has not kept enough reserves because they weren't predicting that everybody would ask for their money at the same time. And so how that usually goes is, that's what FTX said was their problem. Now they were degenerately gambling and lying on their books and everything.
Yeah, you can't tell.
There's a good chance that like Coinbase wouldn't be in that bad of a situation. But the point is, there are enough people that have learned from FTX. And, I didn't pull my money off Coinbase when FTX happened, the small amount that I had on there. But now I'm thinking it's time to get all of my money off of Coinbase and yeah.
And some people will say, well, you're adding fuel to the fire. You're making the problem worse if you've got this company that's already under stress, and then you're coming in and effectively participating in a pseudo bank run. Then now you're actually increasing the probability that they will have a problem that will be terminal. However, just like CZ said, if your shit is run correctly, that shouldn't be a problem. You should, if you have been running your shit legitimately, then your customers should be able to come at any time and saying, I want my shit. And you should be able to say, here's your shit, and continue your business. It might impact your revenue. It might impact your profits, but it shouldn't cause the failure and collapse of your business. So in a way, some would say, well, you're adding to the problem, but I would say it's a healthy stress test. It's a desirable thing. Now, I believe that USDC has some of its stuff tied up in like treasury notes or some shit, and some of that stuff might not be like instantaneously accessible, or so some of the things you said are true, that they might say, oh, look, we've got this and this issue. It's not a problem, but you need to be patient with us because of this. The one that you said before is like, oh, banks are shut or whatever it is. You can't trust them, right? Because in these situations, we've seen it from Alex Mashinsky, we've seen it for freaking SBF, we've seen it from all of these players. Where, well, I mean, the person that you can point to who did it and didn't actually fail was so far CZ. He said, don't panic about this shit. It's just FUD. And they got a pretty significant bank run. Binance was one of the exchanges that had massive outflows of Bitcoin and Ethereum and other coins. And so, but the point is, you can't tell the difference. You cannot tell the difference between someone going and making an announcement where you're like, okay, this is just to calm the crowds, but they're lying and there actually is a problem behind the scenes. You can't tell the difference between that and it being a truthful statement that is actually also, but in both cases, it's designed to keep people calm, but one can be a lie and one can be the truth. And you do not know, unless you've got some kind of insiders who are leaking information, leaking DMs, some kind of, you can have evidence that points in one direction, but you can't ever know for sure.
We have more breaking news. A-Bit brought this to my attention, and the live chat has been saying to look at Dip Catcher's tweet. The address that received 155 million USDC from the Pulse Chain sacrifice address. We were looking at the Pulse X sacrifice address before. But apparently people are reporting that the Pulse Chain sacrifice address sent $155 million worth of USDC to a new address. and has had 2 pending 1-inch transactions for 17 minutes. That's got to be stressful.
Oh,
and
wow.
I'm trying to find it here, but I'm not seeing it.
Oh, nasty, bro. Like, because remember the way that the account model works in Ethereum, the transactions have to go through in order. You can't get one and bump it. Like, so that needs to be resolved. And if the gas is high, look, this is too late now if he hasn't already done it. I say he, but we don't know who it is. If you had enough money, you could actually set up a significant number of Ethereum validators, and then you can make sure that your transactions go through no matter what's happening on the network. You run that shit. You know what I mean? Like, as in, you would be able to make sure that you don't have to wait for your thing to be like included in a block at the mercy of the validators. As soon as your validator scores a block, your transactions are always going to be included in that block, and probably for free. You would just include your own transactions.
I'm not seeing in the recent transactions. So this must have been quite some time ago that the USDC got transferred to a different address. I'm just assuming.
Because the sacrifice address for Pulse would have that economic energy would have been taken and sacrificed into Pulse X. So that's probably why the Pulse X sacrifice address ended up with all the biggest balances of all these stable coins. Yeah. Because it was like daisy chained across.
So if somebody can send me the Block Explorer link, for that address, I'm not seeing it from Dipcatcher's screenshots. I can't get a full read on that address. So I would love it if Abid or somebody can send me, if anybody has that address. That'd be awesome.
If this is like a bit of a left field idea, but if I was the suspected entity to be in control of these addresses, I would hop on and do a live stream. I would do a live stream, as I know this doesn't prove it, but it's kind of like it's evidence that you're not the one doing that shit, even though theoretically you can be on a computer while you're live streaming and doing these things. But it's a demonstration of that you're not panicking, you're not the one making those moves, you're not, you know what I mean? I think that would be, I know, actually, yeah, it doesn't really prove shit, does it? But it would be cool to get a live stream.
We've been waiting for that. Yeah,
bro, I guess Hex, the reason why most people want a live stream is because they think it's going to make the price go up, and Hex price has been going up. But I would be keen. Yeah. I would be keen.
I just thought of another way.
Questions as well. There's a lot of unanswered questions that could possibly be improved in terms of our knowledge, like we were saying with the LPs and how things are going to work, and not every question necessarily has to be when Pulse chain. Do you know what I mean? And he could just ignore those particular questions in the chat. He does an amazing job of that, by the way. I don't know if you've ever noticed if you watch a Richard Hart live stream where he's taking questions from the chat, and if you've got live chat replay, he just ignores like the questions that are not. Whereas a lot of stream, I know that sounds obvious, right? It's like, well, if you're driving a narrative, of course you're going to ignore the shit. But a lot of streamers fall into that trap because their emotions take control, and they're like, oh, this hater in the chat is saying this, nah, bro, like, and they get defensive, and they feel the need to respond, where it's like, no, do the Ivan on tech. It's just a bug, bro. You drive your narrative. Like, you just ignore the haters and the questions that you don't want to answer. And then if someone's watching the replay of that video and they're not watching the live chat, it's like those questions never happened. You see what I'm saying? You control the narrative, and that's your right when it is your strength. So I'm glad that you're doing the on-chain stuff, because I'm too excited By the way, bro, I've got good news. I'm a happy boy. When I turned the camera off before while you were talking about the USDC, USD stuff on Coinbase, I went and checked the computer behind me to see, you know how I said I had that LP that was stable, and that one of the stables was USDC? Bro, I actually forgot. I already nuked that thing, and because that was on a layer 2. And so I already nuked that and brought that economic energy back to layer 1 and bought Hex with it, all of it. So
well done.
And I had forgotten. So I got over there expecting to see the damage, and then I was like, wow, the damage must be even worse than I thought, because it's not even showing up. Because on DBank, it ranks all your protocol involvements by dollar value. And so I'm scrolling through being like, oh my God, this thing must have got completely wrecked. And then I was like, it's gone. It's gone. And remembered that I'd already nuked it. It wasn't huge dollars, but I'd rather that money be in Hex than in a failing stable. Boom. I'm going to start showing some of these tabs.
I'm a bit confused trying to hunt down this this sacrifice address, because it's showing as one of the top holders as the Pulse X sacrifice, but those tokens are not showing up. So something, maybe this list isn't updated every second. Anyway, yeah, it's very very crazy. I guess I could always just message Dipcatcher and see if he can tell me.
Yeah, I just messaged you something similar in the private chat.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, we have 508 people watching live.
Damn, man, well done, man. Well done in terms of your channel growth. Thanks. That's amazing.
Yeah, if you're here, hit the like and subscribe button. Subscribe to Tangent on his Twitter and different social media accounts.
Twitter's Twitter's pretty much my only one at the moment.
Okay, John B has given the address, but I don't have a way to copy it out of StreamYard, so I'll work on that. Yeah, this is like
my follow account actually has gone up by about 40 people just today.
Awesome.
Maybe it was me just shilling the shit out of that, like that link of Bibbop or whatever it was, saying that I was right about USDC, like called it from 2 weeks ago. That might have been enough to cause a follower spike.
Yeah,
maybe. Big Bep, sorry. What did I say? Beat Bop.
Hey,
sound like a robot over here. Beep boop.
Thanks to Sasha Tagger for becoming a new member of the channel. Shout out to you. I really appreciate that. And thanks for the $5 super chat as well. This is like perhaps asking Satoshi to reveal himself, asking this person to do a live stream. I think.
So wait up. Yeah. Is being a member different to just subscribing to the channel?
Yes. Yeah. It's a like a monthly subscription.
Is this new? Is this new? When I had a YouTube channel, I don't remember that.
It might be fairly new. Yeah.
Do you know, bro? Do you know my YouTube channel had just been monetized? I think I've still got the letter. So there's a. Wait, I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can show this without doxing my shit. So I don't know if this is going to prove it, but basically, actually, fuck, I'm not going to risk showing this because it's got so much information over the front of it. But basically, this is a letter from Google AdSense with it's like a code inside it. In fact, so like, and it gives you this pin, which is worthless now. That basically that was the pin that was going to allow me to. In fact, I can show this. I mean, I don't know if this proves it. It doesn't matter. I know you guys like generally trust me with stuff like this, but basically my channel had just been monetized. Not that I was gonna like really wasn't going to turn ads on or anything like that, but I liked the idea of being monetized because it meant you could receive super chats and stuff like that. And that was when they took my channel away. That was when they banned my channel. Was literally the week that it got monetized, and I was like, you effing pricks. But it's all good. The number of invites that I've had to go on other people's streams has been intense. And I really appreciate you having me on, by the way. I really like your channel.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah. So using my iPhone to convert a screenshot of an address actually puts it into a font that like can't be read. So that's kind of fun. So I have to I always have to go through and find the mistakes where like.
So what was this, some kind of text recognition tool like that? It goes from maybe it could be like zeros and O's that it's messing up.
That would be nice, but is not the case.
It's not. Okay,
it's put an E as a 2. Oh, and then there we go. All right, I think I got it. Yeah. All right, now we're cooking. So we
nice.
I think this is the address that has $155 million worth of USDC that supposedly came from the Pulse Chain sacrifice. Let me try to verify that. If we can see where it came from. Yes, from Pulse Chain sacrifice, confirmed. Okay, this is the right address. Thank you to the person in the chat, John B. Thank you for sharing this address with me. So we can see that this address has $137 million worth of USDC coin, but it's really 155 million coins. The price has gone down. It's off about 12 cents. And what is this address trying to do? So the transactions that are pending, this is so strange that it has pending transactions that have been sitting there for a while. It may have used too little gas or something.
Oh, bro. So sorry to interrupt. Steph showed a screenshot where USDC actually did go below 0.9. It went to 0.89. So you know how I said 10% is like practically death for its reputation, and then I said let's be generous and say 20. So lucky I gave that additional 10% because otherwise it would already be wrecked. But I guess duration matters as well. That's really, sorry, going back to what you were talking about.
Yeah. So why hasn't this? Are the Ethereum validators like stopping this transaction from going through? Like what's happening? Where
also possible.
The gas price that's being put in is it's 234 Gwei, and the gas price that's showing on Etherscan is 345. So maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe this is just a situation where it went in at the market rate, and then the price of gas exploded higher. And now it's been 56 minutes since this transaction was submitted. And it could very well be that this transaction is just simply stuck until Gwei goes back down. It's incredible. I've not seen Gwei this high many times in my life. It's showing at 345 right now. And again, this transaction, I'm not sure I can see how much the trade is for, but but the Gwei was set at 234 Gwei. Now I can also give you a really interesting fact. I've tracked Vitalik's address before, and when he's trying to dump shitcoins and do weird stuff like that, he'll actually set the Gwei at 999.
Damn.
Yeah.
So that's so. I guess he's got so much Ethereum, he just wants to make sure.
Even when like the gas prices are not that high, he'll do it anyway.
And I guess for him, he probably sees that as supporting the network as like a donation to the miners or something like that.
But he also
like,
doesn't want like any bots to like mess around with him, probably, or like front running MEV BS.
Do you know what's really surprising me? So while you're talking about that, I thought, oh, I'll go and look at mevwatch.info and see if like how the OFAC compliant block, because if there is some sort of censorship or some sort of thing where someone's trying to block the OA from or the sacrifice address from making that trade or whatever, or maybe trades of that nature in general, in terms of like large scale stablecoin trades, some kind of thing. The OFAC compliant blocks has gone down in percentage. So there's been a drop in compliance to below 50%, which is interesting. It's still not good enough. I would want to see this thing below 5% before I'm happy about the sort of bending over to censorship. But that's the trend's in the right direction. And I wonder if it has been impacted by what's been going on in terms of, probably not, because the validators, there shouldn't be a shakeup of validators, right? Based on this sort of crazy stablecoin collapsing.
I mean, again, I would say that Ethereum 2.0 has never been stress tested, maybe in quite this way, where Gwei has gone up to 343.
Yep. I can count on one hand the number of times that I've seen Gwei, the gas price over 500 Gwei. I think it would be maybe like 2 or 4, like somewhere between 2 and 4 times.
Were those times before September 15th when there was a fork from proof of work to proof of stake ETH 2.0?
Yes. I believe they were all before the fork. Yes. And like you said, they were bull market. They were bull market, or like they were black swan event and or bull market events. So do we class this as a black swan? I don't think we do. Like as in stable coin, because black swan implies that something was just completely not able to be predicted. Like you could not, like the massive majority of people had no idea that it could even happen. That's a black swan. And so by the strict definition of what a black swan is, it's something so out of left field that you just do not even expect it. And no one expects it. Whereas stablecoin depegging was a known risk that people talked about. So I wouldn't class this as a black swan, but this is a highly impactful event. If people define black swan as just like a high impact event that people sort of got caught off guard by, if that's your definition of black swan, then this is a black swan.
I hate how often people talk like there's a black swan event. At some point, it's
people misuse the term all the time. Hey, it's so misused. It's so misused. There's so many examples in crypto where they're like, black swan is like, dude, that's not a black swan. A black swan is like your entire world has been shattered. Like it's like something that no one could have predicted.
Yeah, like it's like once in a lifetime.
I would say Elon Musk buying Twitter could be classed as a black swan, that no one would have seen that shit coming.
That's not once in a lifetime. Maybe.
No, but remember, I mean, like my definition of black swan is not necessarily its probabilistic, like a probability of occurrence.
Let's run a survey.
It's more to do with just like how many people could have predicted it happening, like that. And so if it's very, very, very few people or no people predicted it, like I don't think you would find anyone on record predicting Elon Musk to buy Twitter. Like I don't think there would be any record of that.
We did a survey. Wow, it's had 722 votes. And I asked, did you have money in USDC over the past year? 59% of people said yes.
Well, that should be 100% yes. Over the last 12 months.
Yeah,
wow, that's surprising to me.
Yeah. I am
hexagons that never touched stables at all. They went from their fiat currency into ETH, bought hex, and that was it. They might have had some dust ETH left over or kept some ETH for for being able to end their stake and stuff like that, and that they never touched a stable. Yep, fair enough. Wow, that's impressive stuff. Because I don't think other communities would be able to have that statistic. I think other communities would nearly be 100%.
I think so too. Yeah, we rock.
We fucking rock, man. We win. Like we win at every time something happens, whether it's expected or unexpected. We just win, bro. Like it's just, oh man, it's just a winning streak that never ends.
So we've got people are still asking like what's happening with this 155 million USDC coin account that came from the Pulse Chain sacrifice. This pending transaction that got stuck below 300 Gwei is it looks like a token approval. It looks like to approve swapping on 1inch V4. And so thanks to Toby1 Hexobi for pointing out that I could expand the details there and find out more. And so as we are watching Gwei in real time drop down from 350 to 317 now, we could see this transaction go through and we could see some action. We could see what these coins will be swapped for. And that may give you some, sign from this, from this Poseidon of crypto.
Hell yes. Also, I was just going to mention before, I just want to shut these tabs. So I'll just mention that the amount of USDC that is still in hex pools. So the 1% pool has got $2 million of USDC and the 0.3% has got 4.6 mil. So we're talking 6.6. Is that 6.66? Damn, it is. That adds to 6.66. So we've got the devil's number in the remaining USDC. But guys, let's be serious here. 6.66 mil is nothing. That's nothing. That is like that's moderately wealthy individuals have that kind of money lying around, like solo. So just for context, like just for scale. So I think people have pulled. I mean, I wasn't monitoring these because I don't know if you remember, but I don't hold a lot of weight in using this as a metric to try and assess whether price is going to go up or down. I think that looking at the liquidity profile is actually a terrible metric, and it actually often goes in the opposite direction of what you would expect from looking at the liquidity profile. So I don't look at it. So I actually don't have anything to reference this against to say whether LP has been removed out of these pools, but I imagine that it was more than 6 mil before in terms of, because that's our highest pool, by the way. And by the way, judging by these profiles, it's heavy to that side. So there's even less money worth of hex. So for example, this one with 4.6 mil USDC, the TVL is only 5.3, which means that the amount of hex in there is like less than a mil. So there's less than $1 million worth of hex in the pool. And that's the bigger pool. And then the other one's got like less than $500,000. So there's less than $1.5 million of hex across both these pools. So I imagine that ETH has taken over. The hex ETH pair has taken over as the bigger liquidity pool. I mean, Dex Screener would be able to answer this question in like without me actually having to do any mental arithmetic.
There's still almost 500 people watching and there are not that many likes. And so even if you don't like this situation, if you like Tangent and I covering it and bringing you the truth, please hit the like button now, or you can get out. Either way is fine with me. Whenever I say that, we always get the number going up of live viewers because YouTube sees this huge spike in people hitting the like button. So hit the like button or get out. and the number goes up every time.
I have never heard someone say that on a stream. Maddie, I love it. I love that attitude. Hit the like or GTFO. You heard him. You heard the man say it. Hit like or GTFO.
Oh, wow. We just got 20 more viewers. That's beautiful. It just it works the algorithm. And Hex Clips is in the chat. Welcome. We're doing a survey because Tangent brought up the question of whether this is a Black Swan event. And so far, let's see, 116 people have voted. 54% say yes. USDC depegging is a Black Swan event to them.
So I think that they are defining Black Swan as like they're allowing the impact to the market to impact whether they think it's a Black Swan or not. But remember the historical background of the term, is it was when the Europeans came to Australia and for the first time saw swans that were not white. So all their books about animals and stuff, all their like flora and fauna guides said that swans were white by definition. And then they came here and saw a swan that was not white. And it was like, oh, wow. Like you could have never predicted that because all the swans they'd ever seen throughout Europe were all white. So it's something that was completely not predicted, that completely changes the way that you think like fundamentally about something. And a stablecoin depegging, even if it's the one that was like most S-ing the D of banks and governments, to me, that's not unpredictable. So, I mean, I predicted it. Like, so I am living proof I'm the living proof that it's not a Black Swan by the original definition. However, words and terms change their definition over time. So I understand that within crypto, Black Swan does get used as like impactful event that happened without notice is probably the definition that most people use in crypto, or 54% of people use in crypto. And therefore, by that definition, it could be classed as a Black Swan. So I'm being a bit like, I think it's fun to discuss these kinds of things, but it doesn't really matter, does it? You know?
We are still monitoring this account that has 155 million USDC, and it's associated with the Pulse Chain Sacrifice address, and it's still got the pending token approval. We're thinking that it's going to make a swap. Gwei has fallen another 10 Gwei down to 305, and we need to get down to 234 before this transaction goes through.
And I was wrong about the ETH pool flipping the USDC pool. It has not. The largest pool is still V3 Hex USDC, 7.4 mil liquidity. Obviously, that's been updated from the page that I was looking at. And 24-hour volume, 10 mil. And that's why my LPs are, well, actually, sorry, I'm not in that LP. But so say if you look at Hex ETH, 10.5 mil of volume, 24-hour volume, 3.6 mil of liquidity. So it's approximately 3 times the volume compared to the liquidity. So that's where, as an LP, you make a lot of money. Like you make a lot of money in fees when the volume is way higher than the liquidity.
Yeah, that's important to keep an eye on. As we're looking through, I guess this is this is Nomics, CoinMarketCap. We're looking on both sites to try to see, and USDC has fallen 11 cents to 89 cents total right now. Binance is sitting at $1. DAI is at 88 cents. True USD is less than half a cent off. And Gemini's come off its peg, down 3.5 cents.
I'm actually most surprised by Frax because it wasn't backed by USDC. And it's lost its peg hard. So I mean, I'm glad I chose to exit Frax when their governance voted to be fully backed by dollars in bank accounts and not to be any sort of hybrid, which completely ruined for me. The reason I was interested in Frax was because they had a novel solution to how to run a stable that was like, even the algorithmic side of it was not like the weak ass algorithm stuff that is where you can see all the flaws and it's really bad. It was like I looked into it at the time, and now I've like half forgotten how it worked. But there were mechanisms that like auto-arbed the price as well, where you could actually buy, like there were contracts involved where you could like buy and sell the coins. So it was somewhat self-correcting when it had that aspect to it. And obviously the decision they made was bad, not just losing my attention and support, but by voting to be fully dollar backed. And now there's all this fear in the market that ones that are backed by just dollars in bank accounts, you just have no idea what's going to happen with regulatory risk and bank risk and institutional risk. That was obviously a bad decision in hindsight.
There were 4 senators just today that sent a letter to 4 different government agencies, including the SEC, demanding answers for why this is a repeat of Operation Choke Point that happened under Obama.
That's good.
With not giving clear guidance to American crypto. And this is before the DPEG happened. So this was like earlier today, before the DPEG happened. They were strongly advocating, actually demanding that that these regulatory agencies follow the law,
yes,
give clear guidance, etc., etc.
Yes, give us guidance so we can circumvent it. Yes. No, jokes aside, because I think that's part of the reason why they don't want to do it, is because they know that once they set the rules, we've got fancy lawyers, we've got galaxy brain mofos. Once they set the rules, then you can play by the rules, right? You can like legal tax avoidance, tax minimization. These things are able to be done by wealthy individuals or by anyone, as long as you've got the correct information. But they're able to be done because once a rule set is given, you can work out how to best position yourself legally to your advantage. And I think that's part of the reason why. And so I love that. That's another advantage of what's going on here. More pressure on regulators to back them into a corner where they have to give us a rule set that we can then work within to our advantage.
Here, I'll drop it in the chat. I think because recently we've heard them refer to Operation Choke Point being trying to shut down a crypto, but I think just reading the context of this letter sent by Senator Bill Hagerty, the context is that I think they're referring to how cannabis dispensaries were choked off of the financial system back during Obama.
What 1.0 was not to do with crypto. My understanding is that the choke point 1.0 was not a crypto thing, and that this is just a throwback reference to the similar tactics being used. It's not directly related. It's not an evolution or direct relation to that choke point 1.0.
Yep.
Man, this is all good. So CoinGecko's got Hex at 6.288 cents, up 16%. What
beautiful.
Because my head is just spinning with all this cool shit that's going on and everything that's happening. From this list that we've been looking at, when we've been looking at the stables and seeing like which ones are depegging and by how much, do you off the top of your head know any that have stayed? I guess we can just use the charts to answer this question, but I want a stable that has actually remained solid through this entire thing so far. That's not to say that it can't change.
So I mean, moved the majority of my stablecoin funds into true USD based on what I knew that funding Jim had he's been talking about it for years. He said he knows the founders, and it's fallen by half of a penny, and right now it's sitting at $1.
Nice.
So that's, but look, we can't tell people at home what's going to happen in the future. And I may decide to change my allocation in that. I might decide to buy more Hex, buy more ETH. I might just try to cash some of that out. But it's, this is something, the situation is evolving, and, we can't tell you what to do with your money.
Do you know what's annoying me a little bit is when you go on CoinGecko and you rank all the stable coins, right? Because they're expecting them to stay roughly at $1, instead of a price chart as a little preview chart, they actually show the market cap as the chart. So the location where the chart would normally show you what the price is doing, like at a glance, like a 7-day chart or something, just like a little tiny preview, it's got 30-day circulation, like it's like market cap. So while this is cool to look at, that basically it looks like USDC off a cliff, Frax off a cliff, USDD off a cliff, Gemini dollar, and oh my God, even Liquidity, LUSD, the chart looks like it fell off a cliff. So I guess at least this chart shows you what people are quickly exiting. USDT doesn't look like it's had an impact in terms of people like fleeing, and True USD also no fleeing. Binance USD, no fleeing today, but it's been like a slow bleed over the entire month where it's like down like negative 48%. So we're talking like the amount of economic energy within that stable has dropped by not by half, dropped to half of what it was before. But no, it doesn't seem to have had an impact from today. DAI actually went up and then down. Yeah, so it looks like out of the big boys, we've got it's really TUSD and USDT. All the T's, all the T labeled stable coins are the ones that appear to have not had huge mass exodus.
How bad is the heater in the background for my audio? Does that wreck my audio?
No, it's pretty okay. Is it like a gurgling sound? Like it's very faint.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it sounds like a very faint water sound.
Okay, well the chat can tell me if it's too bad, but
I had wound my headphone volume like right up to hear it better, and then when you spoke, it just absolutely just busted my eardrums. Like,
oh, my bad.
No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. I should have realized that was going to happen. In fact, I kind of knew I kind of knew that was the risk, but I was just so curious to try and like pin down what I thought the sound most sounded like. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I wouldn't have noticed it if you hadn't said something, but let chat complain about it if they want to.
Yeah. So what are some questions chat has for us, or what are some predictions we can make here going forward for the rest of the weekend?
Is that one of the questions from chat?
No, it's something I made up.
Oh, yeah, I'm keen to involve the chat and see what people are curious about, or whether there's things that we can speculate on based on what people are thinking. But if you don't mind, I'm actually going to just do a quick coffee break and go and make another coffee, and then I'll be back. So I'll let you sort of like engage with the chat maybe while I'm gone, and you can drag me into it once I get back.
Yeah, sounds great. I am going to update here and check on this transaction that's pending. Now, Gwei has dropped like 40 or 50 points down to 267. We need to get down to 234 before we'll find out if this transaction is going to go through for the 155 million USDC coins that the Pulse Chain Sacrifice has sent to this address. So this is super exciting to be watching this unfold in real time and to try to see what is the Pulse Chain Sacrifice address going to do with these coins. What is it going to swap its USDC for? We already saw that it moved $40 million worth of Tether and started trading $7 million of that for DAI, which it already holds $250 million worth of in the Pulse X Sacrifice address. So, history is being made right now. The chat is still saying 59% of the 224 people who have voted say that this is a black swan event for you. This is something that was very unexpected. This whole USDC depegging. We've seen this play out so far today in a number of ways that are really important. I'm seeing from my stage editor that there's only one comment they wanted to point out. The pending transaction is probably just the first attempt and will be discarded or fail when the network gets around to it. Well, we will certainly see here how that plays out. How long before a USDC hex is no longer available? That's a great question. So it's up to the liquidity providers how much of a loss they want to eat. Remember, some liquidity can be stuck or abandoned, or it can be people can leave it there even if the price of the stable coin goes down 10%. That's what we've seen today. As Tangent reported, there's still $6.66 million worth of USDC between the Uniswap V2 and V3 pools. And so that will continue to be available, even if USDC goes further into depegging territory. It's up to the liquidity providers how long they want to leave that. If they think that the depeg is going to rebound, we've seen it drop, and now it's gone back up, but not by a lot. We saw it drop down to about 11 or 12%. Wow, my stage editor actually got this this prediction perfectly correct. There was an error that was encountered during the contract execution here, and so the execution reverted. So this transaction failed where the Pulse Chain Sacrifice address was trying to do a token approval to permit swapping for its 155 million USDC coins. Fascinating. So we will see. Now let's see if that other transaction that they tried to put through failed as well. Let me see if it'll show us more details here. Oh, that was to swap. Okay, so it did look like it was attempting to swap or get permission to swap. It may have been two transactions that were intended to give permission to swap, but now we'll have to sit and see if this address tries the transaction again now that that transaction has failed. And it cost them about 0.12 ETH just to have that transaction fail, because they put in about 8 ETH to start with. So there are still 155 million USDC coins sitting in this address. We want to know what the origin address plans to do with them. What will they be swapped to? Will they be swapped to Hex or to DAI? I would probably predict to DAI because we've seen the UST coins, the 40 million that got transferred by the Pulse X sacrifice address to a fresh address. We saw that going. Let me see if I can pull that up again, because I think that that will be an exciting thing to look at. Now, if you're new to chain analysis, I have a free chain analysis course that you can take by going to the website pls.academy. So if you go to the website https://pls.academy, you can take my chain analysis course for free. And it'll teach you how some of these tricks I'm using to hunt down these transactions that are happening in real time. I'm going to search an Etherscan here for the Pulse X sacrifice address. I'm going to look at the transaction where I'm going to go to the ERC20 transactions, and I'm going to pull up where they transferred out 40 million Tether. I'm going to go to the address that they transferred it to. And what I'm seeing is, wow, this address has continued to do more and more $1 million transfers into DAI. And so that has continued to be active up until it looks like, I want to say about 10 minutes ago, but let me double check. Yeah, wow. Okay, so the Pulse X sacrifice address is still active at this moment, swapping on 1 inch between Tether. It's trading Tether for DAI. And we don't know whether this is to defend the peg of DAI or whether it's just to get a good deal on DAI, because DAI is trading at a discount relative to USDT. Now, if we wanted to, and so again, there's been, last time I checked, there was $7 million of Tether traded for DAI, and now that is doubled. And so this is an ongoing activity that we're monitoring in real time, how the Pulse X sacrifice is swapping its Tether for DAI. What will it do with its USDC now that that transaction failed? We know that it's continuing to sit there trading, watching the market with DAI. Is the $155 million worth of USDC, is that going to be used to buy DAI? Or is it going to be used to buy Hex? That would be crazy. You know, kind of makes me want to put an extra $1,000 into Hex just in case that address starts going. Now, I still think it's pretty unlikely because the Pulse Chain and Pulse X sacrifice address has so much Hex. But still, it's an open question. Just discovered Hex streamers. Now forwards to the Pulse Tube. Whoa. That is a big change, isn't it? The $64,000 question. When do you think USDC will repeg? That's a great question. I think it's going to be tied up for days or weeks. I don't think we're going to know right away. I think this is something that the market has to figure out. And when I was saying earlier that it should only be discounted based on my napkin math of only 5%, the chat was quick to say the $3 billion that was lost by this bank failure that should have represented 7 to 10% of the holdings of USDC. And that's how far it's come off peg so far. Maybe even a little bit further. You know, when it dips down to 12% discount, or 12% off peg, I should say, and then it jumps back up to 10% off peg, that's showing you the market psychology. That's showing you that there are more sellers than buyers, and that there's not enough confidence coming in. There's not enough money proving itself. And, you know, this is a systemic problem. So when DAI is being bought up by the PulseX sacrifice, is that supporting USDC and in Hart's law to some minor extent? I think it is. I think buying millions and millions and millions of dollars of DAI could push up the price of USDC maybe by 1% or something. Amy E says, I swapped my USDC for Hex, cost $55 on Uniswap. Need Pulse Chain. I agree.
Need Pulse Chain badly. I need it bad.
One of the questions that somebody wants to know is, when do we think that USDC will repeg back to $1?
Oh, the sooner, so I wouldn't try to estimate of when it's going to happen. That would be too difficult. But I could say the soonest that it will happen will be when faith is restored in the ability to claim a real dollar for the token. So
yeah,
it's like Monday at the earliest. If they can't back out of this narrative now that it's like, oh, because it's weekend, the banks are shut. Like, so now they have to stick with that. They can't be like, oh, yeah, we got the wrong. No,
are you kidding me? That's what FTX and everybody else did.
What, just like backflip? They backflip.
Yeah, they said it was fine. They said, yeah, we have full backing. Who's going to pay for the $3 billion that's missing? It's the USDC holders, probably. That's who's paying for it now. Maybe the market will like correct itself enough. I don't know.
But I think if they open the door and say you can now genuinely redeem 1 for 1, and then they just hope that they don't get more than, what is it, like 90% or 95% of people redeeming the coin all at once. I think there's a path out of this for them is to open up redemptions and honor them. Honor the redemptions.
You're talking about Circle, but what about Coinbase?
Oh, sorry. I might have misheard the question.
Coinbase is just the middleman. They're not the.
I thought they were owned by the same party. I thought Circle owned Coinbase. Am I wrong about that?
I think that was rumored. Maybe the chat knows. I don't.
Sorry, yeah, I made an assumption there that could be wrong. As in, I've been living under an assumption. I didn't just make the assumption now.
So if Toby One says, I bet Circle gets a short-term loan to be fully backed again, but they
partner. This article says they're partners. Coinbase partner Circle.
Yeah, so being a partner doesn't mean you pick up a $3 billion tab.
That's a good point. So it's not full ownership. I thought Circle was like an umbrella company that owned it. So Circle, okay. Far out. Yeah. Oh, so they formed a joint venture to boost adoption of dollar-backed digital coins, reportedly valued at $8 billion. Stablecoin. 2 of the largest cryptocurrency companies. Oh, bro. Can you imagine if they both go down?
Oh, dude. The Pulse Chain address with the 155 million USDC.
Yep.
tried swapping it for DAI and it failed.
Oh, so now you can see what the attempt was now that the transaction's failed.
No, it just happened 6 seconds ago. Wait, success. Whoa. Success. Wait. Hold on. Okay, 1 inch V5. What is going on, Tangent? What is going on? It says,
did they just upgrade from V4 to V5 within the last hour? They're doing upgrades on the fly.
What does that say right there? I've never seen V5, man.
They're like, too many whales are trying to dump stables. We need to upgrade the protocol, like, to stop them from doing it. Oh my God.
Dude, that is so epic.
Epic.
Oh man. Yeah, look at all this. So it's routing through all these different things and it's trading. Yeah, it's trading USDC for DAI.
I wonder if there's a place we can see what the biggest holders are actually doing right now without just fucking this one particular entity, although it's the most important entity to us.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Why does error in internal transaction execution reverted? So it didn't go through. Weird. There's some weird stuff going on right now, people. I'm glad you're watching this with us live because it's all happening. See, and it's saying that there's $1.7 million worth of DAI in there, but this seems like a failed transaction and it looks like Etherscan's a little bit confused even. I don't know. Maybe somebody can help make sense of this.
This is so nice. This one, sorry, this is not the same topic, but I'm looking at the price chart for TUSD and you're absolutely right. It went less than 1.5 cents off peg and basically rebounded from there immediately back to on peg. So yeah, do you want to flick me? Can you flick me in the private chat or public that link that you're looking at?
Yeah. It looks like it just sent $2 million worth of USDC to a different address.
So basically, for anyone joining the stream recently, we're mainly covering this depegging of the USDC coin. And right now we're also we're eyeball effing the address of the Pulse sacrifice or the Pulse, was it Pulse X sacrifice?
We're looking at both Pulse X and Pulse Chain daughter addresses. Yes.
Oh, okay. So it looks like there were 2 failed and then one. It's failed, but the exclamation mark is orange rather than red. So maybe it's failed, but it's still in the process of being reverted or something. Error in internal transaction execution reverted. Man, imagine how stressful this would be for whoever's trying to do this shit.
Yeah.
So this was an attempt to swap. This most recent one was an attempt to swap $500,000 worth of USDC to DAI on curve.fi. Although one or more error occurred, contract execution complete.
Here's another transaction that just went through, swapping more USDC for DAI.
I've never seen that before. Although one or more, oh, maybe that's why it was the orange exclamation mark. It did have an error, but the transaction still went through is maybe what that means. From that to that. Oh, wow. So like this actually does show how when you start to do big boy trades, you do end up utilizing that distribution. It doesn't just pick one DEX to use. Yes. It actually spreads your shit across multiple. Whereas when you're dealing with small stuff, it doesn't do that. It just finds one pool that's the best rate, and it just gives it all in that. And I mean, this is not even mega dollars. This is only $500,000, right? And you would expect that normally the liquidity on stable to stable is quite a lot. There's quite a lot of liquidity all around the. Although I guess actually that's part of the problem here. Once USDC depegged, all that liquidity is gone. Like as in you're outside of where the majority of the liquidity had been placed. And that was always a comment that I made about V3 with how people were placing their liquidity stable to stable is everyone wants to get that yield. So everyone stacks their liquidity on that range that they think that it's always going to be bound between. So we're talking like 1% or maybe 0.1%. It's in that range. So if the stable ever goes outside of that range, there's no mofos providing liquidity that's actually stops it from just burning off. You know how like we look at those liquidity profiles for Hex and people are always looking at it going, look at this. As soon as we get past this point, there's just like, it's just going to basically be like a free run up to like, 40 cents or whatever, because there's no LP. And obviously I tell people, no, it doesn't work like that. The liquidity is dynamic. So people are going to move it. But in this case, people are not going to move it because no one's going to go, oh, okay, I'll just start like, oh, this thing's depegged. I'll just start providing liquidity down at this new range. No. You're going to get wrecked even more. You're going to lose even more money. So
it's a good point.
You've got it. So it's not quite as bad as the Terra Luna one where it was actually algorithmically like destined to go into a death spiral. But it's almost as bad in the sense that you've set up the majority of the liquidity to be tightly bound around the $1 peg. And as soon as you go outside of that by more than 1% or so, there's no liquidity. Like there's virtually no liquidity. Basically, you're relying on people who are on V2 to be and that's probably why this entity is having so much trouble even selling 500,000 of the USDC, because and why this has had to be spread across so many different protocols is because the liquidity is just not there at this range. Very interesting.
Very interesting. I mean, they were first trying with a 1-inch V4 and then switched to 1-inch V5.
Yeah, random. I didn't even know that there was a V5.
Me neither.
In fact, I actually haven't kept up to date with what 1-inch is doing because I use CowSwap, I use swap.leaf, DeFi, like the swap.defilama.com. And though I find that swap, like DeFi Llama Swap ends up it's mostly using like Matcha, Paraswap. It sometimes does use 1-inch, and CowSwap are like probably the main ones that I see it using mostly. But you don't have to think about it. Like you don't have to stay up to date with what's going on with those individual protocols. There was one that was failing on me a lot, so I stopped using it. So even when I forget what one it is, it's probably better I don't shit on people's projects, but there was a DEX that it was sometimes coming up with the best price, but whenever I would pick it, it would just fail. And I was like, all right. And then I actually went directly to the DEX and tried to do the same trade to see if it was a problem with DeFi Llama's swapping aggregator, and it also failed. So it was actually the problem was at the DEX's end, and so I just stopped using that one.
The price of Hex has dropped now down to 6.2 cents.
That's good. That's good. More fees for me in the liquidity pool. That's good. Keep it going, guys. Up or down, I make money either way. No, I'm just kidding. I want to see the price go up. But look, I've had these like specific levels that I picked from TA that I said these are the levels that I care about. As they're above these levels, I get more and more bullish the more of these levels that were above. And they were like 3.3 cents. I think there was one maybe just below 5 cents. It might have been like 4.9 or something like that, I think, but don't quote me on that one. And one of my levels is actually 6.3. I'm pretty sure. I'll go and double check that. But so it is, so I don't mind. Oh, it's actually 6.73. So we've actually come back below that, but that's okay. You don't get pedantic about exact levels. So we're effectively at that level. So I guess that's probably why the price was resisted here, according to my TA. This recent pullback we've had is pretty much off that level that I've had drawn on this chart for a while now at 6.739. So I guess let's just call that 6.74 cents. Oh, Maddie, do you know something we haven't covered yet, which is actually pretty epic?
What's that?
And that I know that we're both fans of, or at least we both used to be. And I'm not saying that our opinions have changed. I'm just saying I haven't kept up to date with your opinion. Last night, I noticed that Hex on ETH proof of work and ETH proof of work itself, that Ethereum, were both pumping. They were like, because I've got a watch list of coins, and I just noticed that those coins were pumping while everything else was going down. And I didn't think too much of it. I've got LPs over there as well. I do Hex ETHW as an LP over there. So when those things are like pumping, as long as they're not literally pumping exactly together, then that creates a lot of volatility and volume that also makes fees for me over there. So I like to see that shit. And I was actually going to mention it. And then obviously by the time I woke up, it's all craziness. But have you kept an eye on what's going on over there? And did you also notice that that Hex had been pumping?
I intentionally don't check the price of that Hex because I've just been doing like short-term staking. So every couple months I might look at it. But okay, that's great news because I still got some over there, man. I'm pretty sure I bought like pretty high and lost a bunch of money on it. So I like closed my eyes to the whole thing. But yeah, I got it.
I bought all the way up because I was so bullish. And then yeah, so partial orders of mine definitely underwater. But I think overall I'd be up. Actually, maybe around, I'm not sure, maybe break even, but I don't really care. Like, as in, I'm genuinely in it for the tech. And by the way, if you guys don't like high fees over there, the fees are low. So
that's great.
So, and that was even, that's something that's only just happened. Like you said, we have not even begun to see how disastrous the fees are going to be in a bull market.
Yeah.
With all the increased crypto adoption. So crypto adoption has gone up significantly since the last bull market. Use cases and things that are built on Ethereum have gone up. You've got the thing that you originally said, which was that the change to proof of stake. We don't know that. Theoretically, it might not make a difference, or it might be an improvement, or I'm not sure. But it's just it's untested. We don't have data, so it will be very interesting. And these are all bullish for Pulse Chain. These things are all bullish for Pulse Chain. Can you imagine? I really wish we could have seen Pulse Chain shine today. This would have been a glorious, even more than the FTX collapse. I think today really would have been a day. This would have been a serious day for Pulse Chain to just absolutely shine.
Somebody says USDC is oversold and going back up now.
But look, even UST, when Luna collapsed, had relief rallies of tens of cents before going to zero. So
good point.
Like, I don't want to sound like I'm fudding, but this doesn't necessarily mean it's just going to go back to its peg and everything's going to be fine. It's and in fact, I would actually say the opposite. I would say when you're a stable coin of this magnitude, if you move off your peg and you don't immediately move back onto that peg, every minute that you are not on peg is an absolute disaster. It is like, it's like an exponential wreckage of your reputation if you do not immediately get back on peg. That is how important it is. So the duration here has been significant. It's been hours now, right? It's been multiple hours. I wonder if there's a USDC to TUSD pair. Yes, there is. Let's go take a look. Ouch. Oh, it's a Squid Games chart. Oh, it went down to 0.44. It's a Squid. No. It's fine now. Well, it's not fine, but it's like it's better now. It's at 0.94. This is a chart of USDC to TUSD, right? So I just went to this one because TUSD is one of the ones that's held its peg.
Yeah.
But it went down to 0.44. So someone obviously panic dumped a huge amount of USDC into TUSD. And it went massively, like it went to 0.44 and then obviously bounced up. I might go to a short time frame and see how long it was down there. Let's go like a 5-minute chart.
So that means you could have traded the other way and gotten like 2 USDC for each TUSD.
Yeah, you would have had to have been incredibly quick. It was only down there for less than 5 minutes.
Darn.
Fact, can I get a 1 minute? Oh, look, it was a wick even on the 1 minute chart. So it would have unless you had orders set, you would not have caught this.
Maybe next time. Maybe next Black Swan event I'll think ahead.
The drift is, do you want me to share this screen actually? Oh, what's going on?
Yeah, go for it.
I'll just share this screen. So basically, this is the wick that I'm talking about here. So this is the ratio of USD, and now this is on a 1 minute chart, by the way. So this was like cruising along until I think there's a time jump in this. Anyway, I think this might be one of those charts where it omits candles with no price action, because that looks like it jumps from about like 10 to 1 in the morning to like 5 a.m. and then to like 1 p.m. in the afternoon, but it doesn't matter. This one here, here's this wick that goes down to 0.44, but is immediately bought back up. But look at what's happened. The trend is down. Like, so even though this was recovered quickly, the price is actually drifting away from the peg. So that's not good. And this could partially be people trying to buy into into TUSD might be pushing that price up. So that can also cause this chart to roll like this, is if the TUSD price is actually going up above its peg. But this is not good. Maybe the chart to actually look at is USDC against USDT, since that's the higher cap competitor that also did not lose its peg significantly. This is from OKX. So this is from a central. What the fuck? Bro, this is a mess. Look at this. What? Oh, because this is on the 1 minute. Yeah, this is interesting. So here's USDC cruising along. So this would have been, imagine anyone who had created a liquidity pool between these two coins, thinking that this peg, I'm going to go back to something like actually, let's investigate this part first. On the minute chart, this thing just bowed down. These are the sorts of relief rallies I'm talking about. So this was people thinking, oh, I'm getting a great deal. I'm getting a stable coin for like below value and buying it up, and then nuke. And with a couple of little pumps in here, then a big relief rally, then nuke, nuke, nuke. This is what we call the Kai the Hitchhiker pattern. Smash, smash, smash. And then an attempt at a V-bottom recovery, and then back in. And then, so now it's actually coming up at 0.91. So that also doesn't sound right, because actually this was on a centralized exchange, wasn't it? Let's see if we can find a better version of this. And imagine people new to crypto. They would not know what the F is going on. Here we go. Here's the Uniswap. Here's the Uniswap pair. Smash, smash, smash. Yeah, I mean, similar shape. But so if we go back to a daily chart, right? Look at this. So if you were thinking, oh, okay, I'm going to grab USDT and USDC, they're the two most liquid stables, and I'm going to look historically at what's the sort of, two standard deviation type, and I'm just eyeballing this here, but I'm just kind of like, I'm just ignoring the outliers and saying, okay, I'm gonna put my LP to capture the majority of this price action, this volatility between these two stable assets. And because many, I sound like Rand Newman or whatever his name is. Many people have identified this as a low risk LP because theoretically this shit shouldn't happen. To that ratio that I was talking about before, volume traded to the amount of liquidity in the pool is very bad for you to get good fees. So the volume is low compared to the amount of people who have got liquidity stacked in here, right? Well, maybe not now, but if you were to have looked at the way that this was stacked previously, it's a big dilly right in the middle here. Now, this is less than 1% either side. So that's less than 0.5%, and that's less than 0.5%, right? So you're talking less than 0.5% each way. But if you move outside of those ranges, you are immediately allocated in the asset that is worth less. Not worthless as in not worth anything, but worth less as in the lesser worth of the two assets. This is you being fully allocated into USDC at this point here, at like basically 0.5% move to the downside, assuming that you positioned your LP in a similar way to most people had. And then this is you getting rickety wrecked all the way down to losing 10% of your, well, I mean, down here it was like 15%. If you panic sold anywhere out here, it was even worse, but this is 10%. So, but to finish my point on that, when I was saying the ratio of volume to liquidity is bad for how much fees you get, what a lot of people did, and I had this thought process at a time as well, is, well, because there's very little risk that this is going to move outside, and even if it does, the asset that I'm left with is still pretty much worth $1. What you can do to offset the fact that you're not getting much yield as a ratio to the capital that you're putting in is you just ramp the capital up, baby. You ramp that shit up because it's relatively risk-free, right? You're thinking, well, I don't care which stable I'm in because they're both worth $1. So I don't care about the fact that I go from 100% allocation to 100% allocation in such a small window because they're both worth $1. And even if it goes off peg, even if it goes outside of my range, it will likely, almost certainly, just come back to $1 at some point. So the only risk is that I'm not earning fees on these little wicks that are outside my range. Wrong. This can happen. Rickety wrecked. So if you had ramped up the amount of liquidity that you put in dollar value to offset the fact that the fees are lower than a legitimate pool where the assets have real movement against the dollar, you might have gone in like 10x harder into this pool. So say, like, just for rough numbers, if you said, oh, I'm going to do 10K USD into a pool to try and make fees make yield off fees. And then you're like, okay, well, I'm going to have to do 100K, but the risk is low, right? Wrong. Now you've just lost 10K from this one day. Epic. Absolutely epic.
Epic. What's up, Sammy Chica? What's up, Mark G? Thanks for
Sammy,
being here,
what's
everybody.
up? Sammy, what's up? Yo, I actually made myself 2 drinks because the coffee machine was taking a long time to heat up. So in this one is an actual coffee. And this one's actually a cup of tea. Also caffeinated though. Sammy's a fave of mine. I say we stream together, but she's been having internet and computer difficulties, so she actually hasn't been on the streams. The Australian. Oh, I'll just do a quick shill. Hex Late Show Tuesday nights. We dual stream to the DeFi Late Show channel and Discourse Syndicate, and so it's Tuesday night Australian time. And Sammy is still a member of that stream, even if you haven't seen her on there for a few weeks or months.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'll have to tune in more often.
Were there any? No pressure, man. I think, look, Funding Jim made a fair comment that the amount of content that gets created within the Hex community now is way too many hours for any one person to consume all of it, even at 2x speed, even if you don't have a job, even if you
disagree.
What? How would you do it?
Yeah. Well, 2x for one, and then
do you know what would be a dope idea that someone could actually do? Someone could start a channel, right, where they watch the content from or they get a team of people to watch the content of the other Hexicans and make like review videos that are like cut down, where they just highlight them, because some of our content is like hours and hours and hours of like a Twitter space that goes for 8 hours, and there might be periods in there where it's just there's no alpha. If someone was able to basically chop that down and maybe even bring their own flair to it, where they're commentating and they're like, oh, I really like this section here where they talked about this, and then they just play that section. A bit like what Jim Rat was doing it for a bit with Richard Hart's old videos. And I thought that was great, to breathe life into old videos. I really commended him for that, because it was like, there's all this amazing content that is just not being viewed, and people are only watching the new content that's coming out. So if someone's creating new content, but it's actually bringing the value from some of those most epic moments in the old content and bringing it through, often we end Twitter spaces and people say, wow, man, there was like portions of that Twitter space that is just like, every Hexican should hear that shit. That is just like epic level commentary or some kind of analogy or something that was just like really, really powerful stuff. And I think that might be an idea for a channel. Look, HVid's already doing it with Richard Hart videos, where she actually clips from multiple sources, not just from RH, which is really good. I really like her channel as well. But that could be an idea for a new channel, which instead of it just being another where you're like, oh my God, it's another channel that I need to find time to watch this person's content. Watching that channel would be for busy people. Like that would be the one
channel.
That's the meta channel. That's the one that people would go to and watch if they don't have time to watch all the other ones. And it might even introduce people, because in that channel, you would expect to eventually see content from all sorts of different other spots, right? There would be clips, things from Twitter spaces, from YouTube, from Odyssey, from TikTok, from things like that. That might be like the taste tester, right? Like, what do you call it? Like a tasting board or whatever, like where you've got all the sakis and all the different cheeses or wines or whatever to taste. And then you find the content provider that you like the best and then follow their channel.
Well, it's breaking news. Today we found out that the website hexstreamers.com, that had cut me out of their lineup because I talked about one other coin at one point that I don't even remember what it was. They have capitulated, and now they're forwarding their domain to thepulsetube.com.
Also, they're not going to run it anymore. They're not going to run it.
That's all we know, is that now it's forwarding. Hexstreamers.com forwards now to the more inclusive community aggregator, the Pulse Tube.
I was on Hex Streamers before my YouTube channel got banned. I was listed on there, and you know, it really inspired me to stream frequently because it had like a not a leaderboard, but it had a person who streamed most recently would be brought to the top, and then and then other streams would slot in behind you, and I would see myself moving down the board, and I'd be like, I want to be at the top again, and then so I'd stream almost every day, just so that I was always being highlighted. Am I thinking of the right one, or am I thinking of the wrong website?
Yeah, and that's similar to what they've got now on the Pulse Tube is showing us right now live streaming.
Cool.
Yeah, so that's great. And what I wanted to show off my shill is that one of my developers for Time Pays Me is the one who made this tool, hexsearch.io. And this is where you can go and look up anything that Richard Hart has ever said in his live streams. And so we could search for like DAI. Well, we'll just search for stable coin. Because this is unfolding at this moment. We're seeing the Pulse chain sacrifice address and Pulse X sacrifice address unloading their UST for DAI and their USDC for DAI. So that's really fascinating. I'm not sure. See, DAI is such a hard word to translate from a pronunciation, but it might still do a good job of doing it. Yeah, sure. It sure did. So this will take us to the exact moment in the live stream where Richard said something about DAI. Can you hear the audio?
Hey, Maddie, you might even get some hits searching DIE, because if the word to text generator thinks that the word that was said was DIE, then it might.
True, but it picked it up here. It looks like
so it does work. It does work. This site is epic, by the way. It's one of my favorite sites.
The way that the share screen does it, it didn't go.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it.
Here, let me share this.
For me, it didn't even look like the video loaded, because normally when you click on it, it goes to YouTube, right?
Can you hear this?
No, but maybe people in chat is a better indicator of whether it's up or not. Hey, before I forget, can you private chat me the coin that you mentioned that got you removed? I'm just curious as to what it was.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, as in
they didn't answer my messages.
So it wasn't
asking like what it was.
Okay, but you suspect it was because you mentioned something that wasn't Hex.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, they were cutting people out left and right until there was nobody left.
Oh, they might have been hot on that shit because of what happened with Down Forever Coin. Like that, they might have just been.
No. This was months before that. This was months before that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess like if that's their policy, it's like we're only going to feature people who only promote Hex. Then, but perhaps a little bit too aggressive if it's. Because I don't imagine you would have been talking about something that was like garbage. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no. I like Hex airdrops. I like selling them for Hex. And I've had so many onboards, and either I manage their account or they manage it, and I tell them to sell their shit, their airdrops. Did you know that I had this epiphany the other day? I think anybody who is staked before Big Payday until now got more airdrops, more value of airdrops than their initial investment into Hex.
Bro.
Like maybe not for like a whale.
You mean in dollar value?
So,
in dollar value that they invested then to the value of what they got airdrops now, like at the time of the drop. Yeah, that makes sense.
Just Hedron
that makes
and
sense.
Let's say Pulse Dogecoin. Like
I can believe that.
And it's like, and in some cases it's like, it's double or like way more, like 5 times as much as your initial investment is what you have sitting there liquid in Hex.
Yep.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I remember a classic one was Hexologist took all his Uniswap airdrop and just immediately used it to buy Hex. And it was like, I think around that time it was worth like 11K or some shit for a single Uniswap airdrop. It was 400 coins. He just took it, put it all into Hex, and it just like outperformed like madness. It was so, and I think it's just always a good policy is it's the, what is it, is it Gresham's law or whatever? It's like good money drives out bad. It's like, you just go to the best shit. Like just you might as well, right?
I have 2 ex-girlfriends who both, I sent them $20 worth of ETH. They swapped it for Hex. They got the Uniswap airdrop. They swapped that for Hex, locked it for 10 years. And right now it's $1.5 million Hex each. From $20. Yeah.
Bro, what the F? This must have been early. This must have been real early.
I mean, yeah, it was in the first year of Hex for sure.
I remember, I don't think I've ever talked about this publicly, but actually, sorry, I did mention at the time because I made this joke about how she became a cool crab. So like, so I was giving her shit. Like, so basically, my girlfriend at the time, I bought her some Hex. This was quite early, and her status was cool crab. And I was like, oh, you're a cool crab. like just giving her shit. And I talked about it on the stream, right? And then when we started going into the full bull run, it became a serious amount of money, fairly serious, serious enough, right? Serious enough.
Yeah.
But by that time we had broken up, and I knew that she was probably about 75% staked. I think we split her stack into 4 and did quarter liquid, quarter like a year, quarter like several years, and then quarter like 10 or 15, right? So it was like a ladder, but fairly low resolution ladder, yeah. And I remember thinking when the first one was rolling up to being ready to unstake, I remember thinking, do I just let this bitch bleed out? Because I thought it's likely that she's the type of person that will have just completely forgotten about it. Sorry, not necessarily forgotten about the Hex, because she would have seen that shit going up on value. That would be on her mind, but maybe forgot that the way that it works is that if you don't unstake it in 2 weeks, that you start bleeding. And I ended up not contacting her, but it wasn't because I wanted to try and maliciously cause her to bleed out and get that to pay other hexagons. It was more because I was like, I didn't want her to think I was using it as an excuse to slide in her DMs and reinitiate contact. We hadn't been talking, and I was like, I'm just not going to risk the fact that she might think it's like an excuse to contact her. And so I just left it. But I decided, I promise, it was not malicious. I wasn't like, oh, I hope she bleeds out. But she may have bled out. She may have bled out.
You should have good accounted that ass.
I could have good accounted her stake. I didn't.
The truth comes out.
Backuphex.com. I maybe didn't even think it. Well, I mean, I guess at the time I was probably thinking that what I've done for her, that's generous enough. I don't need to be spending on additional ETH on that shit. But yeah, man, it's funny. I find whenever I help someone out with crypto, if I have to send ETH to their shit for them to be able to function their shit, I force them to. I'm like, look, I'm going to send you more ETH than you actually require for this, and with the excess, you are going to buy Hex and stake it, and it's free, and it's for free. It's yours, but it comes. So I'm gifting it to you, but it's conditional that you have to buy Hex and stake it, just so that you as a learning experience get to see how this goes in terms of it growing and the price growing, hopefully as well.
That's awesome. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if the so there has
sorry,
been
can I add
more
one thing?
transactions. Go ahead.
So a chick that I was seeing recently, I did the same thing where the same dollar value as I had gifted to that previous girlfriend, this chick, same dollar value input, same low resolution staking ladder, so all very similar setup, silent shell. That was the difference. Like I was like, wow. I was like, okay, we're gonna have to up that and get you out of that category into the what's the next one up from that? It's like a is it a shrimp or something? I think it's a shrimp or turtle. She said she said she wants to be a turtle. I think it's like because like but below that it just doesn't sound that cool. Like turtles are cool. Turtles are cool.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind being a turtle. Cool. And I was like, slow down, Turbo. That's like a lot of money right now.
Yeah. Sammy's mom is a crab.
Oh, cool. Very cool.
Cool crab. There you go.
What? Sorry, I cut you off. What were you about to start talking about?
Oh, just checking in on these Pulse X and Pulse Chain Sacrifice Address daughters. They're still after it. Even what's this transaction is 2 minutes ago on the Pulse X daughter that's been unloading this USDT for DAI, and now DAI is its primary holding. It's only got 15 million out of the original 40 million tether that it has not swapped yet. So it's been doing about $1 million to $2 million trades there, trying to soak up this sweet discount on DAI right now, according to the on-chain behavior. Or it's defending.
It's yeah, I didn't think of that other one, that it's like if you believe that peg will be recovered, then it's free money. Like as in you're buying $1 at a discount. So
arbitrage.
That's a big risk though. That's a big assumption. That's a massive assumption. Like let's go. I think it'd be interesting. We'll look up the percentage backing that DAI has of USDC at the moment.
In my head, it's like a third.
I know it's significant. Like I know it is. It's not small. DAI backing is primarily backed by USDC and Ethereum. So there was an influencer who used to have the charts. I think it was Coin Bureau had the charts, like the pie charts of all the different. Actually, it might not have been him. Someone had the charts, the pie charts of all the different stables and what their backing what looked like. So it was like a pie chart with like how it's treasuries or banknotes or freaking whatever, like whatever the hell. This is saying, oh, this doesn't have a split.
So let's while you're looking that up, I can do the I can do the napkin math and say, if $3 billion that went that disappeared from the bank, that was that was USDC's money, and if that's let's be generous and say that that's 10% of the back end of USDC, then let's again be generous and say that half of the backing of DAI is USDC. Well, then DAI should only be trading at a 5% discount.
Maddie,
but it was trading at a 10%. Go ahead.
I just thought of something epic.
Please.
So please. I don't know if you guys have heard of these Masari reports. They're quite detailed reports that come out at the end of the year. Like he does reports all through the year, but there's this one, he does like a yearly roundup that's like, it rounds up the year, but also has like predictions for the future. And it's like, it covers everything, right? So it's like notable personalities in the space. And for those of you, many of you wondering, no, unfortunately, he did not mention Richard Hart. But there's a section within the so one of the categories, in the contents is top 10 trends in crypto policy, and 4.9 is state versus federal stable coins, right? So I thought it'd be interesting to go and look at what he said to see if there's anything that was in relates to this or predictive or right or wrong. And it says stable coins not, and I haven't read this yet. This is just the idea only just entered my head. Stable coins, not BTC or ETH, are now the backbone of the crypto economy. I somewhat agree with that. We'll talk about the progress of various types of stable coins in the next chapter, but for now, there's two things to keep an eye on in early 2023. One, blah, 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 something about government, congressman this, bills, boring. I don't want to know about that. And pave the way for banks and non-banks alike to issue stablecoins subject to certain licensing requirements. It would resolve concerns around the type of assets that could back stablecoins, cash and short-dated treasuries. That's in brackets, cash and short-dated treasury. He's implying that would be the type of asset that would make sense. Like that would be logical to have that as the backing, right? Two, algorithmic stablecoins will be in the crosshairs of blah, blah, blah. Odds are good that the best case scenario for algorithmic stablecoins is this. The $10 trillion question is whether the future of stablecoins sits under the Paxos model, in brackets, preferred jurisdiction is New York State, or the USDC model, preferred jurisdiction is federal. Spoiler alert, it was neither. It was neither. It was fucking neither. I find it hard to believe that, oh my God, how wrong is this? I find it hard to believe that Tether will prove to be the eventual winner, though. There's a lot riding on a gradual flippening of stablecoin market caps versus a sudden shock as USDT exchange volumes dominate on international exchanges and are an order of magnitude higher than USDC. So this just shows this is someone who has been in this experienced and knowledgeable. I respect his opinions and he's puts a lot of effort into these reports. He has a team working to put these things together. And many of the things that he says in these reports are worth reading, even if no one can see the future. But this highlights that even someone with a dedicated team researching this shit and thinking deeply about how these things can play out, completely wrong. The absolute, he didn't even, so he was basically saying the fight, the competition is between these two. This one's not even a consideration. I find it like unlikely to believe that this one's even worth having as a competitor. Sorry, you're not allowed to compete here. This Olympics is only for pro athletes. But those two pro athletes just got shot in the head. And now this dude's just coming in, just jogging through the finish line. That is epic. Oh, I can't hear you, Maddie. I think you're muted.
I like these comments that people are putting in the chat. And by the way, that was a epic discovery that you made on the
I just thought to look like
wrong prediction.
Because these reports are normally really good at like things to consider, what to look out for in the year ahead. So by the way, if you search like Masari crypto report 2023, you'll find it. It's free. That's
a good tip.
It's massive though. It's like 80 pages long. Like as in you use the contents to search to what you want to go to or the find function or whatever. Don't read, or like you're unlikely to have time to read the whole thing.
Have you heard of your friend Sami? One of the streamers. He has a theory. He has a theory that the origin address is a duck named Greg.
Nice. That's just as plausible as any other theory I've heard.
Exactly. And so somebody in the chat here has said the duck has used Pulse Chain Treasury to buy DAI, using $40 million of USDT to buy $40 million of DAI. If the ARB works, you get a nice 9% boost. That's almost $4 million of USD, which the duck can use to buy Hex or Pulse Chain.
Yep. I literally would have gone direct into Hex because I just trust it more to not collapse. Like, as in, because not to sound like I'm fudding, but the play can go wrong if you're like, oh, I'm going to get this 10% discount, and then it just goes further in that direction, right? We've seen this a million times, that things don't necessarily, although I guess, look, the duck has enough firepower to try to actually maintain that peg until confidence is regained as well. Like, you could argue that.
Yeah.
And this is a confidence game. I said that earlier. So if anyone is in a position to make that play work, it's safer for an entity with big firepower to do it than any of us, assuming that there's no one in the audience that's richer than, like, that's multi-billionaire status. Like, so, because you can make this play and then you can actually improve the odds of it occurring. But for everyone else, chasing stable coins that are off peg because you think they're at a discount is, in my opinion, that is a fucking high risk play. That is high risk. Definitely.
This is not a play I'm willing to do. One question I have is, what if the sacrifice address had kept this certain amount of USDT and USDC in order to play this exact scenario if it ever came to be?
Ooh.
Because why didn't it dump it earlier? To spread the risk, to be able to defend.
No, I would argue that if that was the case, then if that entity had predicted this happening, you would have been selling out of DAI, waiting for the drop to buy back in. Like, you wouldn't sit on the
selling out of DAI with half,
unless you're saying
billion.
Unless you're making a more broad comment that, say, the entity was smart enough to know that this something like this might happen, but didn't know which coin it was going to happen to. So
no.
But then wouldn't you keep like a stack of all of them? Like, you'd keep equal stacks and be like, okay, whichever one drops first, I'm going to buy that one back.
No, you would pick a winner, which is DAI, which it did. It converted all of the shit coins that it got into DAI at the top of the market. And so it became
is that actually what happened?
Yeah, that's how it got. That's how it got so much DAI. It's the number one holder of DAI.
Oh,
because it converted all the shit coins, but it kept just enough Tether and USDC in order to be able to defend the peg on DAI.
Should have bought Hex, bro.
What do you mean?
That's real dangerous, because no wonder there's an attempt here. Like, as in, I know we're doing a little bit of mind reading here, but
sure,
I would also want to try and defend that. You cannot exit. Like, if you're the number one DAI whale, you cannot exit out of that. Like that, correct. You are locked in. You are locked the F in. So that means from that position, then that makes it real obvious that all you can do. So I think, was it Do Kwon that went through this? All you can do is try your best to try and defend it. Like, you've got to try and defend the peg, and until it breaks you. So this is, I don't like this at all. It's a scary situation.
That's why it's not doing it all at once. And it's already reversed the breakdown in DAI by like 3%. It's DAI is up 3.5%.
Is it back to peg? Is it back to peg?
No, but it dropped down to 90 cents DAI, and now it's already up 3.5% to 93 cents. And the origin address is accomplishing this with a very small stack of only $15 million so far, but it's spreading it out over time. And so what that's doing is it's restoring confidence in DAI.
Thin liquidity.
So more people will flock to it. And the more people who flock to
liquidity
it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
You can use a few mil of other stables to prop it up.
Probably up to its true backing, which is, like we were just speculating, trying to figure out how much USDC is held by DAI, if it's half. then DAI should trade at only 5 cents off.
Bro, this is not a position that I would want to be in, because every move that is being done is increasing your bag. Like, so the more you defend that price, the more you are buying up of the thing that you're fearing is going to fail.
But everybody else
then if it does, then you're even more effed than you were before if you just done nothing and let it fail.
But who cares about $40 million when you're trying to defend $250 million?
Yes, but it just gets worse and worse. Like, as in, you say that, but like, let's fast forward to a possible, like a plausible scenario that eventually it still loses its peg no matter how hard you try to defend it, and it goes to zero. Would you have rather out of that now, would you have rather kept that 40 mil in a stable that didn't go to zero, or would you have rather tried to use it to defend the price and had that go to zero with the rest of your bag? Like,
you have to think about it probabilistically. Like, that's how.
But I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but say that does happen. So you know how I always preach regret minimization? If you look at that as like a plausible outcome to this,
but there's no way that DAI goes to zero in USDC.
Well, it's backed by USDC. It's got a big USDC backing. So you're losing your peg on DAI, and you're losing your peg on USDC, and those have both dropped 10%, and you have only a $40 million bag of USDT that hasn't lost its peg to try to reverse the entire situation. So you start spreading out your $1 million buys on USDT, and you've already reversed 50% to where DAI should be. And now you're just sitting there like hoping that you're not really sure what USDC is going to do, but you've already done a couple $1 million in that direction with buying into DAI as well. This is a defending DAI situation. If this play, all I'm saying is, if you made that play and it works in your favor, you're going to look like an effing hero. And typically, if that's the result, like, I'm not, like, without even looking at the other side of it, which I've already painted for you guys, if you've got a result that's going to make you look like a hero,
glory.
Typically, if it goes against you, it's wreckage. So, like, I'm just saying, I'm painting it from both scenarios, where personally, I would actually go the other direction, where I'm like, I am going to hedge against this going against, like, I don't want an all or nothing scenario with multi-hundreds of millions of dollars, where it's like, if this works, if I can make this thing work, I'm going to be even richer. But if this goes against me, I lose it all. Like, the question I was going to ask is, how much other stables does that entity have to throw at this problem before it's like throwing the kitchen sink? Is there USDC and TUSD? Yeah. Is there other stables? So there's quite a lot of stable coins. I'll tell you what, I'll not counter myself, but I'll give you one other scenario that is hopium. If it gets publicized that this particular entity is doing this, there might be the entire Hex community that also jumps in on this trade. That basically, but as you're saying, you can see a financial incentive that this entity has to defend this peg. So you could jump in now, and this is not financial advice. I'm not suggesting anyone does this, but I'm about to do it. You could jump in now and buy some DAI. And then hope that entity is going to drive the shit back to the peg to defend its bag.
Not to the peg. It's
got to go to the peg. It's got to go to the peg. Otherwise, people lose confidence in it as a stable coin. It's got to go to the peg. You have to recover it to the peg as quickly as possible. You have to, in my opinion.
You just have to make up the $3 billion.
No. Because remember the sentiment component of a stable coin. It's like people's perception of whether that stable coin works or is broken is what the point of it is. It has to hold its peg. So it's not about saying, oh, we've made up the difference, we've got the money to back it up. It's like, dude, your stable coin's not on peg. Like,
but you don't want to restore confidence in stable coins. You want this.
But in that stable coin, you want to restore confidence in that stable coin. I think DAI needs to go back on peg for people to regain confidence.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if the choices are between having it trading irrationally low versus trading for its, what do you call it? Like the TV, not TVL. What is it called when it's like the underlying value?
Underlying value, yeah. So NPV, like net present value or something, or like net underlying value, something like that.
Yeah. If that's your goal, is to get it back to the rational place so people stop panicking. If people see it's dropped 10%, but now it's only down 5%, then people are going to stop freaking out and it's going to stop losing more than has already been lost in the 3 billion. Because I think that the net asset value is higher than it traded down to.
Yeah. I mean, look, like both of the comments that we're making are reasonable. Like, as in, you can reason these positions. And so I don't think either of us are wrong. It'd be interesting to see like what the chat thinks of whether whether people think it's something else, or like whether they think that because I guess I'm more weighted towards that the peg must be restored within a reasonable time frame to restore the confidence, and you don't think it's as important as me, like as in you don't think it's as critical.
It's going to be really interesting to see as Gwei continues to come down, the people who have been trapped in not making a trade because they didn't want to pay $100 for a swap. What are they going to do with their money now that Gwei is down to 138? And how is this all going to shake out? I think that if the OA can save the crypto market through the weekend, then it's the legacy system's problem. It's Coinbase's problem on Monday. I think that, if the peg can be defended, and we've seen something really promising so far, which is, we're seeing that DAI, now DAI is sitting at 92 cents. It was up to 93. So there's going to be a battle that's fought between the people freaking out about DAI and the origin address. And the origin address is incentivized here. The sacrifice address, whatever you want to call it, the duck named Greg, I think, is wanting to calm down the markets, like freaking JP Morgan or whoever it was that stopped the Great Depression or whatever it was, the panic of
Greg should buy some hex, like as in it. To me, that's the store of value asset. Like as in, I guess maybe Greg doesn't want to like risk fucking sending the price too hard and not allowing other people to use it as a store of value to rush. You're like you're pricing people out, being like, but that fits within the narrative that everyone's been spinning about how like we don't want haters to get cheap hex and we don't want haters to sell expensive hex and stuff like that. It's like, why not price anyone who's not positioned now? Maybe they deserve to get priced out of hex. And so if I was Greg, I would, if I was a duck, I would. Oh, and by the way, I was going to mention before, there is already someone in crypto called the Duck. It's Don Alt. So there's a well-known crypto personality that is called the Duck, but it doesn't matter. If I was the duck, if I was this duck, if I was this fat duck, I mean fat in terms of financial capability, not in terms of body weight, by the way. and that was not a Freudian slip. That was like legitimately, I meant fat stacks.
Yeah.
Then I would definitely, I mean, I guess maybe with this whole transactions not going through, priority needs to be made on some of these other issues. But at some point, I would be buying some HEX with stables that you can't trust. Like, you can't trust any of these stables.
That's diversifying the ability to be able to stop the contagion.
Diversifying.
Yes.
Did you just make that word up just there?
No, I heard it on a podcast and
That's awesome. I love it. I fucking love it.
Yeah. Do not diversify because you will diversify.
Diversify.
You should be buying HEX. You should be buying HEX.
Diversify my investment portfolio.
Greg should be buying DAI. And because we want the DAI to hold, we want this psychological contagion to be contained. And that because then the DAI can live on to cure aging or buy HEX and Pulse Chain later on.
I'm just trying to think if other stables are used to bring back the peg on DAI, then that DAI can be used to buy HEX without making the price of DAI go back down again. I'm pretty sure. Like it depends.
Yeah,
it depends what kind of scale.
Once
it depends
the
what kind of
panic is
scale,
over.
because it does end up, you do end up getting ARBs that can actually, if you're trading in massive size. But I don't think Greg should go and do anything that's going to like send the price to $100 in a single market order. I'm talking about just to protect the value. Like, that's the store of value asset, in my opinion. This is just my opinion. I mean, Greg might not agree with me, but in my opinion, that's the store of value asset I feel safer right now being in HEX than any other thing in crypto right now. Like, I'm sitting calm. Like, I'm like, sweet. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, the world can burn down around us. I'm very comfortable holding HEX right now.
So Hex Lena is telling people not to copy trade the origin address, and I would agree with that. I would agree with that would be a stupid play. Do not copy trade.
Should I cancel this order that I just placed for? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, kidding. You did say you were going to do it.
I didn't. I said I was going to do it. I haven't done it yet. But why? What's the reasoning? I'd love to hear the reasoning, because Hexlina, by the way, is an awesome Twitter like meme profile or parody profile, pro Hex, and is like very, very good.
Well, I mean, it goes back to like contagions are very unpredictable. The origin address, like being a billionaire, like, and having 95% of the supply of Hex, like, doesn't need to worry about $40 million here and there that it's using. It's basically, it's sacrificing to stop the contagion.
Yeah. But I'm working on a different theory, right? Like, I'm working on the theory that if this mofo is going to do this all or nothing hero or wrecked play, then like, if it's going to wreck, like, as in if that entity gets wrecked financially, that's devastating to everything that we're doing here, pretty much. Like, as in terms of like the narrative that one day that economic energy might be used to buy Hex. If that economic energy disappears, that narrative disappears. So it's almost like I'm just backing it, the whole thing not failing around us for that particular narrative. Not that it's going to kill everything, but also the more people that do copy trade it, the quicker we do actually regain that peg. So
that's true.
I'm not saying I'm not saying that's what the duck wants. I'm not saying that the duck, if the duck was trying to do that, then the duck would maybe tweet and be like, yo, I think everyone should buy it. Oh, actually, that would be a disaster.
Ducks
like,
can't tweet.
You can say you're allowed to say, oh, the stable coin that I think is the you could say something like, I think the stable coin that has the best chance of survival through this testing time is die. You could tweet something like that, and that's not financial advice, and that's not telling your followers to buy it or anything like that. And then there's probably significant whales within the Hex community that do have still big bags of stables, and very quickly I think we would see that gap erode back to the peg. So I guess I'm just saying, like, if you're doing it with an amount of money that you're willing to risk, and you're like, well, if this trade fails for me, the OA is getting wrecked like 1,000,000 times harder. Like, I'm like, do you know what I mean? Like, as in, you're like, well, I'm not going to cry because I just, like, the pain is felt 1,000,000 times harder by someone who I respect and I think is knowledgeable within the space. I'm not trying to convince anyone to do this, but I'm just sort of thinking through, I'm speaking through my thought process as I was saying that I was planning to maybe buy some, because that's still quite a big gap, right? Like, if you think that there's a whale who's going to actively repeg this thing and you can make like 8-9% on that trade, that to me is buying now. I'm buying now. Sorry guys, I'm doing it. Sorry Hexlina, I'm going all in.
You're getting out of bed for less than
all in Diecoin, all in. I'm going all in.
Oh,
no. Well. Okay, but you're right. That's a point. Is that a 0.1x or something? It's like, it's not even. It's not even a full. It's not even a full multiple. But you've got to look at the gain. You've got to look at the risk versus the reward, right? So if you think that a whale is going to actively support that and repeg it, and you trust that that entity has got the motive and the opportunity, like the firepower and a strong financial incentive to do it, which we've effectively just outlined here, yeah? There's a massive financial incentive for this to not go pear-shaped.
250 million reasons.
There's 250 million reasons for this entity to throw some firepower behind it. So I know that same logic probably could have been used for some of these scam coins that have gone to zero. Like, this particular exchange doesn't want to see their token go to zero, and then the token went to zero or close to zero. And this has happened multiple times. So, but I think this is subtly different. I think this is different to someone trying to support their own token. This is it's in my opinion, it's actually very different, because these are not the confidence in this token is purely linked, or is the majority link for me. The biggest thing about the confidence in this token is its ability to retain the peg. So confidence gets regained from doing this. Whereas with other ones where they've tried to support the price, the FUD narrative can continue on beyond the price being held up. People can keep FUDding. If it's like an exchange token that's not, there is no price that people are like, this token got supported at this price level for a week now, it's all good. That doesn't exist, because with every crypto, we don't know what the price is meant to be. So the difference here is we know what the price is meant to be, and we know that if it can be retained at that maintained at that level, it will rebuild confidence.
Yeah. I think that this is a play for glory. I think that this is really legendary, what's happening right now. I think that the Highest of Stakes documentary crew is on a fucking plane right now.
Get on a jet. Get on a jet.
Hit the like and subscribe button or get out. I don't care. But we have 350 people watching right now, and that always works to bring in more. So,
Maddie, I love this attitude of hit the like or get out. It's so gangster. It's so gangster. It's badass, man. Hit the like or GTFO.
Down 1 to 2%. Okay. More, get the hell out of it.
How's the gas fee? How's that gas?
USDC was already 14 cents off.
Oh, this is saying 22. Oh, no, it's 106. Bloody Google, cache your shit faster.
Yeah.
So it was the
Somebody
Google preview that said 22 Gwei. I was about to go and start just dumping shit coins. But nah, 100 Gwei. That's not too, for a drastic time like this, 100 Gwei is not too bad.
That's a great deal.
It's a great deal.
Once more people wake up, then it might stay high all weekend. You never know.
What time is it in the States right now?
It's
no.
Yeah.
You guys are going into daytime, aren't you? Like, as in, it's like East Coast would be 5 a.m. or something.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, and there's people who probably swapped into something and now they're not happy with it and they want to do a different swap. Somebody earlier said that it's really, really difficult to predict what will happen when bank runs start happening. Like, you can take a bank that is perfectly fine and you can scare the market, and then that bank will become a problem suddenly. And so I think the unpredictability of the entire situation is something to note. Yeah, who's playing with leverage and shorting things at this time? Raise your hand.
Not me.
Or your flapper,
raise your hardware wallet. Raise your hardware wallet. Raise.
DAI is only 30%.
Delete your banking app if you your banking app if you're playing with leverage at the moment, because you won't need it anymore because you're gonna have zero net wealth.
DAI is only, quote unquote, only 30% exposed to USDC. When people start to claim their ETH on Maker is when DAI will start to recover its peg. On the other way, USDC can only start to recover its peg on Monday. Interesting.
Is that a comment from the chat?
That's from the chat.
30%. Okay, that's what I was asking for before. Thanks, Marcus. That's so. Claim their ETH. So okay. So is it partially algorithmically backed by claims on collateral? So
yeah,
does that mean then, as long as the whole thing doesn't collapse, you're effectively buying cheap? You're buying the ability to buy discount Ethereum if everything holds.
Look, when the SEC got involved with Hex and everything, I got a little spooked at first. I feel better now, but I got a little spooked at first, and I wasn't sure that I wanted to have, so many of my funds in USDC. I've gotten spooked by USDC like twice before this. And so I started looking into DAI, man, and it's the most complicated shit I've ever seen. It is literally, there are more papers, scientifically obtuse papers written about DAI. I mean, it's a rabbit hole that doesn't end. It is just perpetual falling.
I'm glad I never entered then. Damn.
Dude, don't. So
I just walked past it and went, oh yeah, Maker's got a stable coin. It's called DAI. That was about it. I never entered that hole.
And it's changed over time. It's like evolved and devolved and like morphed into a different Pokemon and like all this shit. So we appreciate Marcus having the inside info that it's 30% exposed. And
that's something I should actually mention is I actually don't know enough detail about how DAI works, and maybe Greg the Duck actually knows enough about it that that entity realizes that there is no risk, or that it's like very, very, very unlikely, like similar likelihood risk to Hex having a bug in the code, like that level of risk to holding DAI. And then it's a no-brainer to buy the shit up because you're getting free money. Like, so it'd be interesting if anyone's got maybe, you know what, I might go on Twitter right now and see who is tweeting about DAI and see if there are any Chris Black type mofos that are shitting on it, or any kind of like, you know, DeFi degens that are promoting it.
Yeah.
So Dipcatcher, okay, yep. Yeah, Dipcatcher's been tweeting out a lot of great, like, data rich tweets.
Yes. Totally. We've got movement here on the Pulse Chain sacrifice daughter that had 155 million USDC. It is now converted 17 million of that to DAI.
Oh, just ask Jesse actually posted the full pie chart that I was talking about before. DAI is heavily backed by counterparty at-risk assets. The Maker protocol is flawed in more ways than just this. There's a superior solution that meets all the principles we stand for. Richard Hart, I can help. I'm available for a chat at any time.
Yeah.
But I mean, even if it's like, I mean, I'm not going to assume that he's talking about LUSD, but like, when you're moving in this kind of scale, you'll F the peg to the upside if you try and move into a low liquidity stable.
You'll overpay. Yeah.
And overpay. Yeah. And then you are eating slippage. So, but I'm not going to assume to know what his solution, because he hasn't said what the solution is. He's just saying he's got ideas.
True. And Jesse's a real smart guy.
Jesse is awesome as well. I mean, look, he has said a few things recently that I don't agree with, but I mean, that's anyone, right? Like, as in, even you and I disagreed on something earlier. Like, even though it was not a direct head-on disagreement. It was more of just like a light peripheral disagreement, or sort of like, it was only a disagreement in like criticalness, or, you know, not in, we weren't actually being like, no, I think you're wrong about this. So there's lots of tweets here. Ivan on Tech is saying, why is USDC depegging? Oh, I already replied to this with my tweet. Why is DAI depegging? They are partially backed by USDC. SVB just collapsed. I just want to see, like both sides of this. So, okay. So Jesse is a vote for DAI no bueno. And Dipcatcher is more just like, it's more observational tweets about, you know, the movements that are going on, calamity going on in all markets. I'm just laughing at an ex-hexagon. Do I still follow this guy? Oh, I need to unfollow the F out of that. Wow, his follower count has gone down a lot.
Whose?
This was, I'll send you in private chat. Because he was crypto famous before Hex. So this was not just a Hex influencer. This was a previous crypto influencer whose following went up even higher when they were pro Hex. I mean, their pinned tweet is Hex about to pump. So they're doing the re-entry thing. So that's cool. But this person promoted down Forever Coin pretty heavily. And yeah, I'll unfollow for now. And if I see some repenting, then I might refollow at a later stage. Motley's saying that they're selling their tether at a premium for DAI. They just being people in general. DAI's discounted, if this works out. Oh, no, I think he's talking about the duck.
Yeah.
So here's that one from Somi. Oh, someone here. Oh, this is Eric Wall is saying USDC is hard coded as a dollar inside the Maker protocol. Yikes. This is something that could happen that people don't like. There could be a problem with Maker because of all this depegging that just completely F's the whole protocol, and then DAI becomes worthless because it's like just so it's not just the confidence that people have in DAI anymore because it's linked to that protocol. Any problems that protocol has by association, impact. I think that's why Jesse's screaming out saying, "Yo, Duck, like give me a call," because you might not be considering all the potential issues. I know that lots of people, so myself, Walrus, and Jesse have all been vocal about the less than ideal attributes of many of these stable coins, and possibly other people as well. I don't mean to, I hope I haven't missed anyone, but this is a scary time.
Well, if you're not in Hex, then you have 250 million reasons to stay up tonight. But for us, it's just it's like the Super Bowl of cryptos.
For me personally, this will sound really selfish, but I do not want to lose the narrative of, hey, look at this entity over here that is clearly a fan of Hex. Look how much dry powder they have on the sidelines that could be deployed into Hex at any moment. I like that narrative. It's not expectation of the work of others. It's not saying that they definitely will. It's just, hey, they might. And if they did, the price would go up substantially. I don't want to lose that narrative by having that person or entity or people get their stack wrecked by not considering all the potential risks. So there's one. There was a Peck Shield alert tweet I saw earlier that was talking about Justin Sun, saying that one of his addresses, or like one of the addresses that has been tagged as being his. So we can't ever know for sure, but you know how like people make these sort of educated guesses. And I appreciate the accuracy of them saying, rather than them saying, oh, one of Justin Sun's addresses, this, they're saying one of the addresses that has been tagged as being owned by Justin Sun has been making these particular stablecoin plays. And I don't know if you guys know, but the blockchain that particular guy founded, the smart contract platform that he founded, has been used. Its primary use case lately has been stablecoin. That's the majority of volume on that chain is stablecoin movements. So he would also be battle stations. How does this affect me? Does this affect me? What can we do to make sure that this doesn't? A lot of smart people are going to be highly stressed at the moment. Smart, rich people are going to be stressed with how this is going to impact things. Kraken has tweeted out the charts of like all the stablecoin pairs. It's basically demonstrating that USDT stayed like what we already found out ourselves, that USDT stayed pretty stable and USDC and DAI went down. Someone's saying here, similar idea that there's probably going to be a lot of DeFi exploits as people realize that if this is an assumption that has been made within certain protocols that these stables are approximately worth $1, and that assumption is broken, there'll be a lot of very intelligent hackers trying to use that as a potential threat vector, like an exploit vector. And we have to see how that's going to play out, which is great. That also highlights fake DeFi. That also highlights, you know what I mean? Like that's good.
Apparently Robinhood now has suspended trading and deposits in USDC.
Bro. Oh, okay. Just in USDC.
It's not really related to crypto because Robinhood is, you can't send from there still, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't stay up to date. I'm not sure if you can take self-custody.
Well,
I remember
if you can't take self-custody, then it's not crypto.
Yes. Yep. It's a fake version.
Here, Hexhibitionist says, I literally bought Hex for the first time since 2019 with USDC 6 hours ago. Talk about timing the market. Hey, wow, well done. That's incredible. That happened to a couple other people too, actually. So what was Eric Wall saying? What's his problem?
Oh, because I didn't read that one out properly, did I? He was saying, so he's saying, because USDC is hard coded inside Maker, the price gap of DAI to USD will be the same as USD to USDC, even though only 30% of the collateral is USDC. Because it's free to absorb, because it's free to arb the difference by putting USDC inside it and printing DAI as if USDC is equal $1. Richard, oh, fuck, dude. That if that's true, then trying to prop up DAI is you're also trying. By definition, you're trying to prop up the entire USDC cap as well, like peg as well, value, price. Fuck, bro. Devastating. If that's correct, then attempting to prop DAI up is a fool's errand.
Or a stroke of genius.
What you mean if he can bring both pegs back?
Yeah, just stop the irrational contagion. I think that's what's happening here. That's what I've been arguing.
This would explain why DAI went down by about as much in terms of how far it went off its peg. This would actually explain it.
That helps to make sense of the things we've been covering tonight.
But if this is true, then it is foolish to try and support DAI because
I disagree.
Because people can just keep arbing into it to get rid of their USDC.
Okay. But just follow me here.
You've got potentially infinite sell pressure.
But just follow me here for a second. Imagine having near infinite money. Imagine having the biggest bag of Bitcoin in the world, the biggest bag of DAI in the world, the biggest bag of Ethereum in the world, and the biggest bag of Hex in the world.
I don't think the Duck has the biggest Bitcoin bag, but maybe ETH and other stables and shit. Maybe.
Okay, maybe ETH.
Not Bitcoin though.
Okay, I don't think either that it has. But if it does not,
but you're saying if it nearly unlimited economic energy,
basically all in crypto.
Mm-hmm.
It does not want crypto to fail. It's like game theory. It's like miners not allowing double spends. It's like
financial incentive, just financial incentive.
It has the financial incentive to do whatever it takes to stop crypto from failing. And so if it has to throw $150 million at the problem, that's a drop in the bucket.
No, but I would just save one legitimate stable. Fucking let these other ones burn. I wouldn't go in for the one where you're going to have to stop the tsunami of sell pressure coming from the coin that could actually fail, which is USDC. I would jump boat and go to a stable that is. So I think he might be going in the wrong direction. Like I think maybe the direction to go should maybe be DAI to Tether. Tether's been around the longest. It's held the peg through this entire thing. And we only need one stable coin. So the idea of a stable coin is it's the ability for people to de-risk and de-risk out of crypto to something that's close to their fiat, that maintains fiat value, without actually having to go and deal with banks and actually go from crypto to fiat, because that's a nightmare and expensive. So, but you only need one, right? We survived with just Tether for a really, 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 really long time. Like Tether was the only stable coin and it was fine. And the thing that kept Tether on its peg through those periods, with Bitfinex crying about how it wasn't backed, and it probably wasn't, was everyone needed to agree that was worth $1. Otherwise, leave crypto. Otherwise, the whole thing burns. Like, well, assume, because we didn't have circular economies yet, we needed an ability for people to believe that they were trading against $1 proxy. So I think, like, your friend Somi put, the market trusts Tether, the market does not trust USDC and DAI.
Okay,
CEO
but
of
what's that
USD.
based on? That's just based on the prices, which could be manipulated.
Yes, yeah. This is his assessment of the CEOs and the price, how the price is holding up. Well, I mean, where's Tether at? Like, as in, theirs is just perception, right? So I think, shit, man, I would at least hedge. So I think the singular point that I'm trying to make here is, you only need one stable coin to survive this situation, for crypto to not just completely get slammed and have like ETH and Bitcoin going to zero and shit. So what that means is, so if I was in that position, if I was the dark, I wouldn't even be panicking yet about these other stables losing their peg, except from the one where it's actually causing me financial loss. But in terms of a systemic risk, I'm not concerned yet, because there is at least one stable that still looks like it's unbothered by all of this, which is Tether. Like a large liquidity stable that looks relatively unbothered.
But how do you move $250 million worth of DAI into Tether?
I think you could do it. I think that pair. Let's check Dex Screener for the. Maybe not in a single buy, but I think it should have the. So if we go in here and look up,
and then you're abandoning defending the peg for DAI and USDC. I think it's more expensive that way.
What's the other? Like, is there another reason why he needs to specifically defend DAI? Like, he doesn't like, unless he owns does he own a shitload of Maker or something?
So in total, the amount of USDC and DAI that the PulseX and Pulse Chain sacrifices have is $400 million.
Yeah, but you'd be exiting out. Like, as in, I guess, dude, he's basically effed, because
no.
So if you go to do what I'm saying, which I think is the smarter play, you're worsening the problem, because you're showing a lack of confidence in the coin that you need to stay high to allow you to exit. So if people started seeing flows going in the other direction, which was DAI to USDT, so there's many things I'm thinking now that could have been done in preparation for an eventuality like this, but he obviously didn't see this shit coming. Would be, you could tornado cash or equivalent your shit out so that these addresses can't be fucked. Like, people can't say, oh, this is the sacrifice address doing this shit, be into an anonymous wallet. Then you can actually make a play that is financially, just purely based on the financial outcome, not based on the perception that you're going to create within the community and broadly in crypto. And also, so not washing the funds, but just like privatizing the funds, so that you can actually do what you want without people eyeballing it, and having a better distribution of what stables that you're in to start with, so that you're not just all in on one stable, I think would have been good preparation movements. But sorry, you were saying.
Maybe we can agree that we will see which strategy wins. Like this is an empirical question that will like play out.
Oh man, I'm fingers crossed, toes crossed, hoping that this plays in like our favor, like in the favor of this entity.
There was exactly 10% of the bag was USDT. That's what was deployed first to defend the peg. And yeah, I'm still in the camp, and I'm glad we're on different sides, because because we could probably steel man each other's argument anyway. Yeah, I think that that there's a possibility here that the sacrifice address knows more than Jesse does, and knows more than Eric does.
Well, certainly that entity would know more about what's going on broadly, because they would be unaware of potentially like other addresses, other plays that were being set. Like, so certainly in terms of that entity's strategy, that entity by definition is going to know more about it than external actors that can only look at, observe the blockchain and etc. However, there could be like a critical piece of information that entity doesn't know that could impact that strategy. Like this one, that tweet about Eric Walls got me concerned. If that's true, that's a big problem. You can't, like it. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying it becomes increasingly difficult to fight against an arbable, like once you open that door through an arb, if that arb exists that he's saying, and the big if there, you are effectively having to support the price of both. You now open the door to any depegging of USDC now becomes your problem as well. And this idea that that hexagons have always said, like, oh, we don't want haters to be able to like dump the price of hex into like, and get like a really good deal and dump on hexagons and dump on the OA and stuff. This would be a situation of that, where you're basically just buying people's USD as you try and drag the price up. They're just going to be dumping on you. So I don't know. We've probably covered.
Yeah.
We've probably overcooked this topic. And I've probably re-explained myself a couple of times, but I just get excited by it. I'm not excited. I'm concerned. Like my franticness and repetitiveness comes from a place of genuine concern. And I was about to make a Twitter poll that basically says, if you were the duck, what coin would you be trying to move into, and basically have like Hex, ETH, because I think you can have 4 answers. Yeah, it's like Hex, ETH, USDT, DAI. Do you think that that's a reasonable spread of options for people to choose from?
Personally, I'm like hypersensitive to the fact that the duck doesn't like people telling it what to do with its money. We're like, you and I are like speculating, and we're going over like the technical side of things, which is like very different than a vote, in my opinion. But okay. I would encourage you to like, of course, like run any surveys that you want.
I guess like here, so this is one of those situations where it doesn't matter if someone gets their feelings hurt and is like, don't tell me what to do. They still like the economics is going to trump any kind of like social pressure. They're going to be going purely, like they should be going for economic outcome. Yeah. So
yeah, the right answer.
This was more just out of interest. And in fact, you know what? I've just realized this this poll's a bust. I'm not going to bother. Everyone's going to vote for Hex. Like everyone's going to vote for Hex because they want that. It's not that they're not going to be answering the question properly. They're not going to be saying, if I was a duck, this is like the best play. They're going to be saying, what's the best thing for my bags? And that's
so don't put Hex in it. So just leave Hex out.
Oh, but I actually, that's in my opinion, that's the correct answer. I'm going to flag it. I think that's at least a partial. Oh, and also, you know what? This poll's a bust because it doesn't give you enough options. Like it's not going to have enough options listed, and the actual solution could be a hybrid answer that isn't just all in on this one thing, all in on Hex. It's like it could be a hybrid strategy where you actually spread the economic energy, and that actually probably is the actual correct answer. That you can't because going all in on one thing is gonna impact the price. How's chat going? Are they losing their minds as much as I am, or are they?
Yeah, they're loving it. T-Bird says RH is pulling the strings in crypto, has been for many years by stealth. Galaxy brains who think they know how he's gamifying the system is funny. There were people agreeing with me. What if the Pulse Chain address controller knows it can defend BTC and ETH price and is willing to lose the USDC value? If it went full tether, the risk is still there. The depegging, the risk is still there if there is of it depegging in the future. That's interesting. Let's see what happens when people wake up around the world.
Yeah.
There's only ETH. I guess that's what we were saying in the beginning. Hours ago, we were saying that it could swap for ETH, and then
ETH is I liked your option that you gave for ETH because it's high liquidity, so you can actually just move into it. By the way, the last time I looked at the ETH price chart, it was pumping like S. So I'll just go and have another look at that. Oh no, it's back down. It's actually gone back down below 1600. It got as high as 1690. Actually went up to a resistance line that I've drawn. Oh, yo, I tweeted this chart out so I can prove that this line was already there. But there's a tweet from me where I showed a big wedge on the ETH weekly chart, and that wedge that I drew with red lines, the price actually pumped all the way to that line at like 1690 and has pulled back from there a little bit. So yeah, big pump. This is still bullish. The price is bullish. It's like, so this has been bullish for crypto. Like if you look at the ETH chart, you look at the Bitcoin chart, you look at the Hex chart, this has been at least short-term bullish. Actually, the Bitcoin, depending on, do you have an idea of roughly how long ago the news broke about this?
It broke about 10 to 12 hours ago.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. So saved the Bitcoin price. Literally saved the Bitcoin price. We were in a free fall. We were in a Kai the hatchet wielding hitchhiker smash, smash, smash. There's a 4-hour candle here that just a 1 hour. Oh, no. Sorry. I'm on a 1 hour chart. Ignore everything I just said. It actually, it looks like it actually did weird shit to the Bitcoin price. It's like up, then down, and then up. Whereas ETH was much more orderly. ETH and Hex just went up only. I guess
369 people watching.
The big difference between Bitcoin and ETH and Hex is people can't rush from stable coins into Bitcoin. So it didn't get any of the juicy insta pump of people rushing out of stables. And so Bitcoin's price, so the decorrelation between Hex and ETH versus Bitcoin is massive over that period of time that you said, over the last sort of 10 to 12 hours. It's just absolutely epic. It's almost completely reversed. It's like complete opposite.
So what happens if stable coins are kind of in jeopardy, and then what if there's another black swan event on top of it? Like, what if the government starts like dumping Bitcoin and ETH, or like, I don't think that ETH would get released from validators at the same time.
I say bring it. Nice. I hope the government doesn't hear this, but I actually think that I would rather see them try their hardest to take crypto down in a period of high uncertainty, because it's chaotic at the moment. So it's less likely for them to be able to accurately predict their actions and how it's going to impact the sentiment or the overall structure, robustness of crypto in general. Whereas if they take a more considered approach and they try and come in when things are a little bit more predictable, not that their prediction really means shit, because I don't think they have people on their team that are really knowledgeable in crypto yet. They seem to be trying to put teams together and actually hire people that understand crypto. I think they'll probably end up hiring the wrong people, because the right people would be people like Richard Hart, people like you and I, who actually have a firm understanding of how these things work. I think they're going to be going for people who on paper sound like they should know what they're talking about, but they don't actually use like the observation of what is going on to update their worldview. So, you know, and this is why this is the whole thing that Richard says it best when he says, how many economists are rich? How many expert economists, well-respected economists are rich? Why are they not rich? That's their thing, right? That's their thing. They're meant to literally know the most out of anyone about the economy. What better skill set could you have to make money? So why? It's because the shit in theory doesn't work like that. So we're like the street soldiers of crypto, where we are actually out there running the streets. whereas these ivory tower pipe smoking academics are not positioned to actually give advice to government entities that's going to really and also, man, you think if you guys started working for the government and you started spouting like stuff that sounds like you're an anarchist, that they'd show you the door. So the people they need to hear the opinions from are the people who they're going to be like, get the F out of here. Like you're not. So I think just by definition, the fit that they would look for that role is going to be the wrong person. But at least they're making an attempt, or at least they're, you know, trying to get a little bit better, like informed than previously, where they were just flying blind and making comments about crypto that just made no sense at all. And you could tell, because they would just say stuff that was just complete nonsense. So what was the question? Went off on a bit of a tangent, but
well, that's why.
So I'm not scared. If the government comes at us now, I think it's a good time.
That's why I love your entire attitude on cryptos, because you say stuff like that, where you do want the government to prove their ineffectiveness at a critical time. And that's a perfect take to have. And that shows how long you've been in crypto right there. That's
everything is bullish for Hex. Everything is bullish for Hex is one of my mottos at the moment. I stole that from the Bitcoiners, but everything's bullish for Hex. And if the asset that you're in is truly anti-fragile, then you should be keen, because the more attacks it gets, the stronger it gets.
That's my favorite narrative.
It becomes stronger by being attacked. So you should be cheering that shit. Be like, bring it.
anti-fragile people. Hex, welcome.
Yeah,
All
welcome
hail the
welcome
duck
to the
named
show.
Greg. That's right.
Have we got any more breaking news? Have we found out who this duck really is? Is it just a PFP? Who's hiding behind this? Who's hiding behind this cartoon duck?
Yeah. Well, I found a picture of it. It's on the screen now. It's the StreamYard duck.
All hail duck named Greg. No, we don't have any
StreamYard duck.
We don't appeal to authority in this community.
It's in the top right corner of the screen.
Even if the duck named Greg,
there's a little icon.
Oh, the StreamYard logo. Even if there was a duck named Greg that controls the access to these coins, I wouldn't be doing appeal to authority.
Go explain that.
Like I care about that duck as much as I care about any other living being, and I don't want to see them get wrecked. So that's where my concern comes from and the things we've been discussing. But I don't look to that duck for God level commentary like that. I don't take that stuff as gospel. Like I don't just say all hail, like, because I'm half joking here off this comment that says all hail the duck. I'm saying that's not. I will hail the duck. I think it's better if we have different opinions on it. Yeah, you know what? You only need one person within the community to not hail the duck for it to not be a leader of the entire community, right?
Then it's not a cult.
You break that narrative by just having a single person not doing it. Yeah. I still respect the duck. I respect the S. I respect the effing S out of the duck. But I think it's important. I think it's important to not what's it called? What's it called when you like God, where you God status someone? It's like you're elevating them to deity, like deify. I think it's important to not deify the duck, right? I know that a lot of religions do have animals as their gods. Mine is not a duck.
Yours is just proof of electricity.
Mine is. Can excitement for life be my god? Is that?
That's great.
Is that doable?
Yeah. And we got Hexmac here too. It says gang gang. He's down for the excitement of life. Is it all going to zero?
I'm excited by what's going on here. Like, as in, so there's times where, so say, I'll give it a simple example. When Hex price goes down, I'm sad. When Hex price goes up, I'm happy. and I look at my portfolio and I think, damn it, I want to elevate myself above this, because I know that this is rookie shit, right? Like I don't let it. I'm obviously more immune to it than most people, but even if it's impacting me like a little bit, if my mood is a little bit different, if how much I'm making it rain in the club is impacted that night by the Hex price, I'm doing it wrong. So I like the fact that today there's a lot of risk. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, but I'm actually genuinely just really positive and really excited. I'm enjoying every minute of this.
Me too. Because I really think that history is going down. And I really think that the duck's going to be fine whether it loses $40 million or not. Or whether even if it loses $250 million, I think the duck will still be fine.
You made a really good point before. And so I agree, by the way. I think financially duck will be fine no matter what. But you made a really good point before about all that you would need for the duck to not take a massive financial hit, like financially wrecked, net wealth level, like significant wreckage, is for all of crypto needs to not go to zero. And so, I'm so convicted that that's not going to happen. So I also agree that the duck will be fine. Remember that if you've got big bags of actual crypto, then you don't really care as much. Like let's assume that the duck, actually, let's not. Let's just say from that one wallet address is how big a percentage of that wallet is the DAI. Like, I didn't look. Is it the majority of the wallet? Is there lots of ETH in there as well? Is there Hex in there? Like, there must be a lot of Hex in there, right?
There's like $13 billion of Hex.
Dude, so this is a rounding error.
Yeah.
This is a rounding error. All right. Yeah. Not concerned. Not concerned.
And I think that's like, yeah, here, let me just double check it here. Cause if people are trying to follow along at home, you just go to etherscan.io and then you would type in like Pulse X, which is where most of the Hex ended up, and it'll take you to the Pulse X sacrifice because it's been tagged. That address has 250 billion Hex. And that's valued at $16 billion right now. 16 billion. So we're gonna do. Let's pull up
the duck rich. Damn, that's one rich duck. That's got to be the wealthiest duck.
400 million divided by, what did I say? 16 billion,
bro. That is that's one rich Papa Smurf, yo.
Okay, so the sum of all the stable coins, the $400 million worth of stable coins that the duck has, is 1/40th of its bag that we can see, which is 2.5%.
Oh shit! So it's more than 1%. Okay. I was wrong when I said it's a rounding error. That is still like
of
it's
what we can see.
It's of what we can see. That's a good point. So that's higher than I expected. I must have just got dazzled by the word billions and thought that it was like many, but So because I guess it was only in the tens of billions, but we were talking in the hundreds of millions. So that's an extra decimal point that I didn't factor in. So I thought it might have been like a fraction of a percent, but it's actually 2%. That's fine. It's still doable. It's still all good. It's all good, homies. Let's, on a completely unrelated topic, let's go and see what Richard is tweeting.
Sure. That does sound.
Floor is lava tweet. Floor is lava.
Oh,
hang on. No, it's a reverse one. It's the floor is grass. Like, he's showing 4 hours ago, Richard tweeted out that it's like all of the cryptos are up, except for coins that we don't like. Fake crypto. There's a fake crypto in here that starts with X. Or R, depending on whether you're talking about the company name or the ticker. Then there's stablecoin. The smart contract blockchain that I mentioned earlier that's owned by that guy, and an OG shitcoin are all down, and everything else is up. So Hex is up. I think the reason why he posted this, Hex is the most green out of this entire heat map. So it's a 24-hour top 25 coin. And at least, look, so this particular heat map, they recognize that Hex is in the top 25. So that's interesting because it's obviously not being gatekept by whatever that entity or where they get their data from is not gatekeeping Hex.
Beautiful.
And it's the greenest square on the block. We've got the nicest grass. We've got the nicest front lawn. But you know what they say? Never be the nicest house on the block. You want to be the worst house on the best street.
Yeah.
But wait, that obviously doesn't port across to crypto because this is amazing. We're the best. We're not a house on a street. We're the shining city on the hill.
Yeah.
It's different.
We're gate kept, so it's like it makes up for how good we are.
This all makes sense, by the way, because the reason you don't want to be the nicest house on a bad street is because you're going to get your ass broken into. Whereas if you're a shining city on the hill, that's a defendable position. That's why they build castles on the tops of hills. It's like the high point is defendable. So so the analogy actually holds perfectly, like was in once you extend it. So there's 6 hours ago, he said to all the tech bros that just lost it all in SVB, don't you wish you bought Hex? No, he says, don't you wish you'd use cryptocurrency instead? We have stable coins over here. They still work. Nice. I like that side shield because he didn't even mention Hex, but people know that people know that Richard is Hex. Like, oh, Richard is tightly linked to Hex being the founder.
We just got some other good news. This stream is going in the Hall of Fame for the Pulse Tube.
How so? Length of time or?
No, the Pulse Tube just commented on YouTube that they are going to put this recording in their Hall of Fame.
Wow, yay. I'm honored. That's massive. That's massive.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we shouldn't let it go too long so that the alpha density remains tight.
Well, I was thinking we should wrap up in the next maybe 10 minutes or something.
Perfect. Yeah. Is there any other topics that we need to cover? I mean, that was obviously the big one.
Yeah, that was the big one. And so you say Richard hasn't tweeted in the past like 4 or 5 hours?
I think the most. Oh wait, you know what? I didn't check the replies tab. That's the one you want to. When you want to stalk Richard to see what he's tweeting about, always use the reply tab because quite often he doesn't actually direct tweet, but he can be active on Twitter, trolling on legacy finance bros and other crypto bros, people who have large followings, just sliding in there with these absolute kill shots, just murking people's logic and building a reputation with their followers as being like a king of legendary tweets. So you click this little replies button, and his most recent one, that's still the same one, the heat map with the green from 4 hours ago. So he hasn't been active, and then the one before that 6 hours. And then you were right that before that, so around that 6 hour mark, there were several tweets to do with this problem. So he was well aware of the problem.
Yes. If you're watching live, we have a poll. 143 people have voted. We need your vote. And I think it's going to impress Tangent how this audience is responding. The question is, are you worried? Yes or no? And we need to get those votes up before we shut down the stream. So
can I share that? In there? Is that on Twitter or it's a YouTube one?
YouTube, yeah. Okay. And there's exactly 369 people watching again right now. So
I like this troll that Twitter did. I like this troll that Richard did where he replied to Circle. Their one where it's like following the confirmation at the end of the day, we're not yet processed. This, and he just replied, okay.
Yeah, I saw that. That's funny.
Just if anyone knows the situation, you would assume that is just dripping with sarcasm. It's like, okay. Perfect.
The Pulse X sacrifice has moved all of its tether except for the last 1.4 mil into DAI. So we've seen it dispense $40 million worth of tether, and now it's sitting with $42 million of DAI and $4.1 million of tether. That's the Pulse X sacrifice. Now the Pulse Chain sacrifice is the one that had all the USDC in it, and that had $155 million USDC, not $1 million worth, because we've been tracking how it's lost its peg. Right now, USDC is sitting at 10 cents off of its peg at 90 cents, and $28 million, 28 million DAI have been swapped. So now 125 million USDC are remaining in that address, that daughter address of the pulse chain sacrifice. So we may see that clip continue to get spent into DAI.
Yep. So my closing statement would be play nice on Twitter. You know, I got taught when I was young.
Great one.
If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. That's the that's how I was raised. And so try to obviously it's all right to highlight failings of protocols and people's attitudes and things like that. I guess this one's not as hectic. This one, I don't imagine this one's going to be as hectic in terms of the. Did the Hex Search IO bring up any stuff that Richard had said about stables that was like predictive? I'm sure that if it does, people are going to be hashtag Richard Hart was right and smashing those clips out.
He's mentioned DAI twice according to hexsearch.io, but since we've been on the live stream, I haven't had a chance to dissect that.
Play it. Yeah. Fair. Yeah. Cool. That's it. Thanks for having me on, man. When you messaged me, I had just woken up and I was immediately keen. I was like, that's a sick idea. I want to investigate this and talk about it and bounce ideas and all of that stuff. So that was perfect timing, man.
Well, yeah, thanks so much for coming on. You made this stream really great, and I always love streaming with you, man. So until next time. Let me see. I'm going to start playing the outro music. And so everybody hit the like and subscribe button on the way out. Please subscribe to Tangent. He's the top link in the description there to his Twitter. So
thanks, man.
Go take a look at him now. And until next time, my friends, publish wisely and peace out.